You all for being here for our budget work session. We're ready to get started. All right, so we're going to begin with follow-ups from our last work session, and I think the first item we're going to drill in on is the EMS bases.
Just going to review our timeline before we get started here.
Okay, sure, great.
And we held our retreat in November, and we held our first budget work session to present the fiscal year 25 first pass budget on March 26th. We are now here at our fiscal year 25 second pass work session. On May 9th, we will have our final work session in which we will hear from our education partners and those fire districts who are requesting a rate increase. At the May 21st meeting, we intend to provide a recommended budget accompanied by a budget message. We will have a public hearing on the budget on the June 4th meeting and plan for adoption of the budget on June 18th. Today's agenda will begin with discussing what's in your packet. We'll have some follow-up for you with Ryan Cole from Emergency Services here to discuss planned placement of EMS bases across the county. Budget analyst Sam Riddle will lead us through an education discussion that will also touch on some of your questions from last time. I will discuss fee schedule changes, and then we will dig into the budget portion of the agenda, beginning with a projection of where we expect to finish the current fiscal year, discuss revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 25, including changes we have made since the first pass budget. We're now calling this the fiscal year 25 second pass budget. With the projection second pass budget in hand, we will provide a financial outlook. Our HR director, Sharon Burke, will discuss the annual compensation and classification plan and changes therein. We'll then discuss our next steps to include feedback from you on this budget. In your packet, there are some answers to questions you've raised at or since the last work session. There is an updated list of position requests with recommendations for positions to be added to the fiscal year 25 budget. You will find the most recent draft 7-year capital improvement plan. You will find the draft fee schedule along with justification for fee changes and the fiscal year 25 classification and compensation plan. So we were asked last time about the proximity of bases in the Asheville area. And our Emergency Services Assistant Director, Ryan Cole, is here to follow up on this item.
Good morning. So as many of y'all probably recall, when we had the consultant come in and assist us with EMS base location, we have a few slides from that presentation that they provided to us previously. This slide outlays the current locations of the EMS bases with the red stars indicating the planned EMS bases, future EMS bases that we're currently under design and discussion with. And so with that, the brown areas that you see up here, Leicester Fire Department takes care of the western side of that. Riceville, Rims Creek, and Barnardsville takes care of the northeasterly area, and Fairview takes care of the southeasterly area. Other than that, the rest of the county is taken care of by Buncombe County EMS units throughout. The location to the east, out near Swannanoa, is the Owen Pool site, coming in a little bit closer to the downtown area, in between there and Biltmore is McCormick, the McCormick Place station, and then we have the West Asheville location. Previously, EMS3 that you see out here on the left side was located in closer, but due to capacity for in the fire stations that was caused to be moved out back in behind Cracker Barrel out near Candler, which left a pretty significant hole in West Asheville area. So this is the heat map that was created based off of call volume. And the call volume shows, obviously with the red being the largest areas for call volume. And And the other issue with that is, and you see that that kind of tracks with the I-26, I-40 corridors, where we have the largest call volume going on. We also have a pretty significant issue with concurrency of calls, as in calls occurring while others are going on. So if we have something that's going on in Black Mountain and that truck is tied up, how long does it take to get another truck out there? Our biggest issue, or where we have the biggest call volume, is in the downtown corridor of 240 in that area, and we see that growing each year, and that hole in West Asheville is where that is. So trying to address both of those areas.
And just to clarify for myself, the blue icons, stations, that's Buncombe EMS vehicles embedded in local fire
In
district.
fire stations, yes.
Yeah.
Currently, we have all of the, with the exception of the ones back here at 35 Woodford, all other EMS units are embedded in fire stations. And as we had an issue with EMS 3 being located in West Asheville, which was up off of Louisiana, that had to be moved out to Haywood Road, which had to be moved out to on out behind Cracker Barrel, just because of capacity in those stations as those stations grew as well with personnel and resources.
I have a question, and this doesn't have to be, exact, but like, is there, do we have data on like ballpark, what percentage of calls are in response to like things that have happened on the road, on the highway, like vehicle accidents, compared to sort of, other calls that come in?
As far as motor vehicle crashes versus
Other 911 calls that trigger an EMS response. I'm just thinking about, like, you were talking about the highway corridor. So how many of the percentage of the responses are actually responding to something that happened on the road as opposed to elsewhere?
So as we do have a significant number of motor vehicle crashes in our lovely projects that we have in our area, I can tell you that 26 experiences significant call volume during construction. The I-26 and I-40 corridor, it also, whenever we did this, and I don't have this slide up here, but when we did the vulnerability risk index, it also followed the I-40, I-26 corridor because that's where our biggest populations are and our most vulnerable populations is on that same corridors. And so they're pulling up those numbers, so we'll look at that and just talk about that in just a second. So this was the urban, whenever the consultant was looking at this, they identified locations that they recommended. The one in Black Mountain was where the existing EMS 4 is now, which is in a fire station that's also at capacity. That fire station, we actually have the paramedics are sharing a bedroom. And so this one, we went to the Owen Pool site because that's where we had land, and it also brought us into the Swannanoa Valley a little bit more there. And then their recommendation was a little bit southerly into Biltmore, but we feel like the McCormick Place is going to assist with that. We also, whenever they did the study, we had just added an additional EMS unit at Skyland, and we feel like that's going to assist with that southern corridor as far as that response as well. So McCormick, between McCormick and the one at Skyland and EMS 5, so that's 3 down that 25 corridor that would provide additional response. And then the West Asheville was the other one that they recommended, and it was pretty close to the same location that we're looking at with the Asheville Primary School if that location works out for us. So that assists with that. The next phase, and you'll see this in the CIP as well, would be our regional stations, which would be north, south, east, and west on those same corridors of the I-40, I-26 area, but that would provide more of a regional location to be able to get resources out into the county and not be embedded so much into downtown, but also be able to provide supplies and restocking in those areas as well.
So the one at the Owen Pool will be one of those, that'll be the East Regional Hub, correct?
That would be the east, that would not be a regional station, that would just be a local station with that, and then we would come back in closer to downtown, not downtown, but closer to Otine area. Hopefully just outside the city in that area, but in between that to be able to feed those EMS units. So they would be able to come there and be able to send resources back out.
But we're building that one now, right, the regional?
Yes.
So, or the one that's not regional, but why wouldn't we do that one as regional since we have the property and we're in the process of building it?
It's not, we don't have the capacity or size there. And the regional station, if we bring it back in, then it would feed all of those areas there versus them having to go out beyond their districts to get there. So what we're trying to do is have hubs in those regions to keep them where that they can feed that out to them, especially for the supplies and equipment, and be able to utilize our peak units in those regional stations to support those during the peak hours.
And one other question.
5% of our call volume a month is motor vehicle crashes.
Thank you.
And another question, so one of the early maps you showed where some of our fire departments have the ambulances now. And I believe it was Scotland that let go of theirs, a year or so ago.
Yes.
We now have embedded ambulances in there.
Right, but what I'm concerned about are the ones that we're relying on, right? They lose money on those, and at some point, so my question is, are we planning for the fact that, Leicester, Fairview, Barnersville, are those areas, when we're doing this planning, are we making sure that we're prepared if they end up deciding to let go of their ambulance?
Yeah, so just recently, we met with Leicester Fire Department and had some of those discussions to make sure that they felt comfortable with where they were at currently with the EMS being there. And we're actually looking for alternative solutions if something occurred there to where that would not, to be able to create a bridge within that, because obviously the worst thing that we can have happen is for an abrupt stop in service, which in the contract they do have to provide us with notification prior to that. However, we want to have those discussions now, and if there is any concerns, we're also looking at other solutions to hopefully increase their revenue with billing and support them within that with some of the things that we're doing. We also, we have a future meeting set up with Barnardsville to do the same thing because there are some concerns there. And we've had some preliminary discussions with Rems Creek, Riceville, and Fairview on the billing side to see if we can help support them in other ways because obviously it's better for us to support them and keep them moving than to have to fully go in there and staff that. And so we have been exploring options and having discussions with them.
Okay, thank you.
Is it fair to say all 5 lose money on EMS, kind of regardless of circumstances or expectations for the future?
It is my experience that it is a service that you provide to your community.
Yeah.
It is not anything where that you will make money. They may break even based off of how they're staffing it, because if they're taking firefighters and putting them on the ambulance, then it's going to reduce their cost than having to staff 2 paramedics on that. However, you're also taking firefighters off of the truck to be able to do that. So it depends on what the model is that they're using.
Yeah.
But in my experience, it is a service that you're providing to your community.
Any more questions?
One of the things that trying to do is to ensure that that doesn't happen with our fire departments. So as we're installing mobile data terminals in their vehicles that was paid for by county funds through IT and emergency services this year, what we want to do is increase their call volume so that the closest truck goes to the call. So the citizen, it doesn't matter what patch is on the door, all these services provided by Buncombe County tax dollars. So what we want to do is provide the most rapid and fast and efficient service. So what we're doing right now is looking at sustainability, how we can redo billing to make it more efficient, how we can work together for debt set-off, how we can do other things that makes them more financially sound in the future. We're talking with the county attorney and doing other things to kind of explore that right now. But overall, what our number one thing that we want to do with our fire departments is always succeed together, because they're the backbone of emergency services.
Any other questions for Ryan or Taylor? Thank you, gentlemen. So some of you may remember Sam Riddle when he provided a deep dive on education expenditures and revenues a few years ago, brought from his experience in the Buncombe County Schools Budget Office. He is here today to follow up on some questions you had last time regarding other counties' funding of education, to include capital needs, and provide an overview and recent historical perspective of K-12 education funding.
Thanks, John. So anytime we're talking about education, I want to start with statutory obligations. You may remember this information from before as well, but the state will cover instructional expenses. That's through the state public school fund. The county will cover facility requirements, but of course that doesn't stop there. It goes on to create the local current expense fund, and that, when combined with state funds, will be appropriations sufficient for the current operating expense, which is, of course, the thing that's a little more difficult to define. So thinking about schools, the first place that I want to start is with what our historical spending has been. So this is dollars excluding capital. This is just local current expense fund. You can see from FY19 through FY24 what our expenses have been. Historically, we've relied on something called the unrestricted revenue growth rate as a way of trying to estimate how much the schools might see in an increase. Last year, that figure was 3.35%. 12.9 million above that is what was provided in the FY24 budget, for a total of about 16 million over FY23. And here's what that looks like as a percentage growth figure. On the far right column is also the non-educational expenditure growth. So you see those numbers are pretty tight until about 23. There begins a little bit more of a variance to them. I will add that in FY24, we're seeing a little more of an increase because we're dealing with budget figures. When it's education budget, we know those are dollars out the door. Whatever gets budgeted is what they receive. That's not the case, of course, with our non-educational. There's always some variance there. So the next place.
Can you elaborate more on what you were just saying there about out the door and the variance? Can you
Sure.
elaborate on that, please?
Sure. So anytime that we're budgeting for the local current expense fund for schools, those are dollars that we're essentially setting in stone. Once we say to the schools, this is the amount of funds that you're going to receive, those are dollars that we know we are going to spend 100% of whatever's budgeted. On the other hand, if we set a budget for, say, public safety, depending on how things go on that year, it could be a little bit lower than what the budget is, right? So we know that educational expenditures will always be 100% of budget, whereas that might not be the case on non-educational expenditures.
Because those are going out the door to the schools, whereas the other is in-house.
Right. Yep. So the next place that my brain goes is, let's think about student count. you've seen this information before as well. We have that COVID year from 2020 to 2021, right? That's a 6.5% decline in student enrollment, and this is countywide. And since that time, it's been steady. It's been about the same. That includes FY24. Obviously, the school year's not over, so we don't have a final ADM number for schools. But the best one of two ADM, that's the one most associated with school funding, is about, it's 25,966. So 25,966. So since that 2021 figure, it's been within 100, one direction or the other since that time. So stable, steady, up through now.
And that's the population of the Asheville City Schools and Buncombe County Schools.
That is
and
combined.
not any other schools.
That's correct.
Not charter, stuff like that.
No,
It's just the
that's
schools.
just the enrollment for Buncombe County and Asheville City Schools. That information can be found there right from DPI's page as well.
Thank you.
So combining those two things in a summary here is we had the COVID year with a 6.5% enrollment decline. That began in 21, and since that time it's been steady. And from 21 up until now, we've seen a 38% increase in estimated per pupil funding, just through the local current expense fund.
From Buncombe County.
From Buncombe County, that's correct.
Good grief.
So, thinking about that, and the next question I think is, well, are they spending the money? And to do that, we can go right to their ACFR, their Annual Comprehensive Financial Review document. We'll take a look at unassigned fund balance here. I will preface, you may recall we've had some discussions about all the different kinds of fund balance, restricted, unrestricted, assigned, committed, so on. So this is just unassigned, so this is the least constrained pot of fund balance, right? So taking a look at that, we're going to start with Asheville City Schools. So just doing the math, unassigned fund balance divided by the total expenditures at the end of FY23, their amount was just under 30%. Now the percent by policy, you'll notice it says in process here. Asheville City Schools does not currently have a fund balance policy like we do, for example, but they are working on one. Dr. Furman in the recent ACS board meetings has commented that they're working towards such and that it would be roughly 2 months of total expenditures for them. You may recall that LGC recommends 8% as a minimum. They get that from 1 month divided by 12 months, 1/12, so 2 months, roughly 16%. So again, it's not official, but that's what they're at least aiming for, it seems to be at this time. Buncombe County Schools, they're slightly above 8%. And of course, their percent by policy is 8%. And so that's quite tight. And just for reference, I've included our own figures. We were about 17.6%. The percent by policy is, of course, 15%, as you've heard us discuss before. So close as well. One thing I will mention here with ACS is that we haven't had a meeting with Buncombe County Schools yet to discuss any of their budgets, but we did recently meet with Asheville City Schools. They projected using about $1 million in fund balance in their current year, which when you look at what they're proposing, I think they're including about $3 million in their budget request of their own fund balance, which would be about 40 to 50% of their total unassigned fund balance is what they're looking to appropriate next year. So just as reference, I've included that information.
And are the schools' revenues and expenses pretty steady throughout the 12-month period of the year, or is it like there are periods when the fund balance grows a lot and then gets like a lot tighter, or is it pretty consistent like across the year?
It is not consistent. I say that from experience. There are a few things it's going to differ between the systems, but there are some things that kind of throw that off a little bit. When you receive state allotments can change that. When you receive federal allotments, which are on a different fiscal calendar, can change that. And that's not even to bring into account expenditures, right? You're probably going to see more expenditures at the beginning of the school year or a school term than you would later in that school term. So there are things that cause some fluctuations in that number. But your question does bring me to another point, which is just because this says unassigned does not mean that it's not doing anything. It's not just money sitting there. Oftentimes it's cash flow for those exact things that you're talking about, which is that there are expenditure fluctuations and you have to be able to absorb that in the amount of money that you have in the bank at that time.
And when the county approves our funding for the schools, do we make an equal investment to the schools every month for 12 months, or how do our funds arrive to the schools?
Basically. So there are slight adjustments that are made. So for example, I believe Buncombe County Schools still does a one-time local supplement for a few employees. They got rid of that at a certain point in time, and so through attrition, as employees have left or retired, that's no longer eligible. So I believe that's in November when they get that. So that would mean that their November expenditures, what they withdraw from us or draw down from us, is a bit larger than what the other months would be. So with that information intact, I want to pivot a little bit to the prior work session. The question was asked something to the effect of all funds given to schools, how do we compare in operating versus capital? I believe we were thinking of Article 39 in the School Capital Fund Commission. How does that play in, since other counties aren't restricted in the same way that we are on Article 39 sales tax revenues? So what you're seeing on the chart here is a sample of counties. We're about in the middle there, and you'll see across the top they're all 100% because it's of the total money given to schools. The dark blue bar is the local current expense amount, and the orange or lighter yellow color is their capital expenditure amount as a percentage. And you'll notice that we're basically right in the middle there. On the front end, you've got Orange County, who's giving about 81% of their dollars as operating or local current expense dollars. And on the other side, Guilford County, about 65% of theirs is local current expense, with the other 35 being capital. I will say a few caveats here. This is a point in time, so this is just FY24. And because we're talking about capital, that's going to be subject to fluctuations. We don't know, for example, if Orange County, or I should say the facilities in Orange County, because we're talking about Orange County and Chapel Hill Carborough City Schools, if they have newer facilities that maybe don't require as much capital maintenance. I do know from personal experience that Guilford County has recently done bond referendum for their schools, and so they're likely, I'm assuming here, but paying debt service on those dollars or beginning execution of some of those projects now. So that could be why their percentage may be higher than some of the others. So keep that in mind when looking at that data. The other thing worth mentioning anytime we're pulling up comparative data like this is to look at it from a slightly different perspective as well. So this is comparing local current expense per pupil. This is now excluding capital, but you've seen information like this before, but we've gone through and verified this because the North Carolina Association of County Commissions does a budget survey where they gather a lot of this data. So it was more readily available than it might otherwise be. And we were able to compare total local current expense, total operating dollars per pupil across these counties. And you see that we are third with what's been provided in FY24 and third of the sample size. I don't want to insinuate that we're third overall. We may not be. But the thing that I think is most interesting is when you plot the tax rate of these counties against those figures. So you see we're the third lowest tax rate of this group. I won't say that there's a definite trend there. A lot of things are going to vary because property tax values and the counties that we're talking about, right? But I do think that that's a very interesting graph to be able to say, by comparison, how we've used our dollars for education and what the tax rate's been able to be for the time that we've had it. The last thing I'll say about this information is this does not include the supplemental taxing district for Asheville City Schools or for Chapel Hill Carborough City Schools. So this is just what the counties are providing to the educational entities in their counties.
Sam,
Go ahead.
sorry, Brian,
No, go ahead.
is Chapel Hill's supplemental tax rate and just system in general, is it almost identical to ACS's?
I don't know what their tax rate is offhand. I can find that and answer that later.
Just curious.
I think it's similar.
Similar, yeah.
I think so.
It was when I was on the board, but that's been 10 years, 12 years.
The last time we looked, that if you're living in that Chapel Hill Carver area with the local city tax and the local school tax is amongst the highest tax rate for in North
Combined,
Carolina.
quite high.
Combined, you're
Okay.
looking at almost $1.50.
My next question is, does this same graph exist also with capital on top of it?
It doesn't change much.
Really?
Yeah, when you throw capital in there. I, just out of curiosity, did that myself, and we move into the 4th position behind Wake County, I believe. And then there's maybe one change there at the end, but yeah, Wake is really what swings that. They come into the top 3, I think, if that changes. And of course, the overall amounts change, but in terms of the order and everything, there's not a much change for us.
I would like to see that, though. I'd be interested to kind of look at, like,
Sure.
where we look when all local funding is compared for all these counties. And again, this data that excludes the capital, we didn't have to call all these different counties to get this information. The state ended up having this information available.
The Association of County Commissioners had this information available, yeah,
Great.
and they passed it along, so we were able to go through that. It did take a little bit of checking with their budget documents just for verification, but yeah, for the most part, that information was available.
That's great.
It's my understanding too, though, that we're somewhat of an anomaly with our capital, though, because we do have the Article 39, whereas Wake County and Guilford, for example, are having to put the bond referendums out to the voters to determine. So
Yep.
that might be interesting to note as well, that the voters are making those decisions where we have a separate fund.
Sure.
for
Are
our
we the
schools.
only
I think that's a
county-
big
oh, I'm
difference.
sorry. Are we the only county set up the way we are without capital funding?
Yes,
And Burke, maybe, seems like somebody said Burke County also.
I think we are.
I think we're it.
Yeah.
I can't speak for Burke, but at least from what I know, we just have the one local bill that set up
Yeah.
the School Capital Fund Commission and the funding mechanism for that.
That's right.
And so some counties are doing these voter bonds for capital projects. And in other counties, if they, aren't doing a bond at a particular time, when the school districts are petitioning the commissioners for local funding, are they basically kind of like saying, here's our operating needs, and then here's our capital needs, and then the counties appropriate funds for capital projects through their annual budget process?
I can't say for sure, but I would assume that it would work something like that.
And in some of their budget ordinances, that's the way they do award the funds. It's in their general fund, a portion of those funds are for capital, so. But like Sam says, it may vary the different counties, how the request comes to them and how they deliver.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Really
Thanks.
helpful.
The only other kind of, I guess, follow-up question I would like to maybe get some additional information on. So the populations of the city county schools declined, and then sort of stabilized, but they've declined about maybe 6.5% over the last few years. So, we see this big increase in local funding and we think, gosh, we're doing a lot of heavy lifting here. I'm curious how much that 6.5% decline, like how much of a revenue loss that means to the local school systems from the state level, since that's all driven sort of on a per student basis, right?
Yeah.
Because I think in some ways you sort of look at a presentation like this and you think, gosh, the schools have so much more money now than they did a few years ago. But I'm curious, once you adjust the presumptively lower state funding, which is the biggest single source of funding for the schools, I'm curious how much, like, our growth of funding truly, like, has it truly grown their revenue, or is it just sort of more like kept them steady in light of declining state revenues.
Yeah.
So anyway, that'd be a
That
follow-up.
is something
yeah.
we'll have to come back with.
I understand
because
you don't
it's-
have that right now, yeah.
And the state funding mechanisms are so much more complicated, because it's not just a straight student formula. It's where that student falls in any number of categories.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
what is the impact on those two K-12 districts' budgets of having to send the ADM to the local charter schools as well? How much are we
Oh, how much are they
allocating that
sending?
then has to be allocated to the local charters?
Gotcha.
I think that has a growing impact as well.
Yes. I don't know what that full figure is, but it is per pupil, it's the equivalent, right? So whatever they're receiving has to be passed along to the charters.
Yeah, I mean, this is great information, probably like the most comprehensive information I think we've ever seen in a way in terms of the status on the school's funding. But I think we are trying to get a sense for, like, yeah, the county's increased a lot, but there are these other headwinds that the schools are facing from a financial standpoint, so we're sort of trying to understand, like how are they really doing in totality with the increases and decreases that are affecting them, so, thanks.
And the kids within the Asheville City District who go to charter schools, the special tax assessment goes with them.
That's correct. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was on the board when they sued us, yeah. So I know where that
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a note, 19.8 cents is Chapel Hill Carborough's tax
19?
rate. 19.8 cents.
The supplemental,
Their supplemental
Just the
tax
supplemental.
rate, yes. 10.62 is Asheville's current.
16?
Asheville City School. 10.62
10.62, yeah,
is Asheville City
I was thinking
School's
11.
current rate.
And you know what's interesting? Both have a wide achievement gap. My question is, what the hell are they doing with the money?
Well, especially when we know that we have school districts who have the same amount of staff that they did when they had 600 more students. So what is happening in our school districts as well in regards to that? I think that tags right along to that concern now. Commissioner Whitesides.
All right, if there's no other questions on schools, I think the next item are the proposed fee schedule changes.
Yes, so these are new fees proposed by departments. These correlate with the handout in your packet. So on this first slide, I have new fees for agriculture and land resources and emergency services, the fire marshal's office. If you have any questions about those, I have some folks here to speak to them if we need to. And then I have new fees for permits, planning, and recreation services. So you have changes and deletions of existing fees in your packet. I'm not gonna go through those on the board today, but if you have any other questions, we're happy to get back with you. And I'm going to release all those folks today who came to.
Did you need us to go through any of the fees, or are we?
Thank you to all our department directors and folks who are present today. Now we're going to talk about where we expect to finish this year. These projections are based on actuals through Friday before last, and our expectations about spending and revenue generation for the remainder of the year. So to recap our fiscal year 2024 budget, we are looking at our amended budget as of April 17th, 2024. Our budgeted expenditures total $436.8 million with $412.3 million in revenues. To balance the budget, we budgeted appropriate fund balance in the amount of $18.8 million at adoption. In September, we appropriated an additional $5.4 million for obligations for goods and services that were not received in fiscal year '23. And last month, we appropriated $301,000 for the school consolidation study. And this totals $24.6 million of appropriated fund balance to balance the budget.
Will you go back over the 5.4 about the carry forwards and go
Yes,
into more detail about that,
the
please?
majority of, over half of that was vehicles or ambulances that we had purchased in prior years or budgeted to purchase in prior years for which they had not yet arrived. So we had purchase orders in place, but we had not yet made payment on those items. So in order to carry the funds over from year to year, we work on an annual budget ordinance, so we needed to go for appropriate additional fund balance to have the dollars again the following year. Also, a large portion of that was software that our IT group was working on implementing as well. Any other questions about that? Does that? So we are projecting revenues of $414.1 million plus or minus $1.5 million, which is $1.8 million more than we budgeted, less the appropriated fund balance. $2.3 million of this excess is through property tax, much of which is registered motor vehicles and some interest on property taxes. We are projecting sales tax down about $3.7 million from our budget. A reminder that our sales tax receipts lag by 3 months, so this projection is based only on our receipts for the year through January.
Sales tax is down how much again?
$3.7 million from our budget. So our projection is a 1.4% increase over last year's actuals. Intergovernmental revenue is coming in $5 million under budget due to losses in Medicaid hold harmless and restricted revenues in Health and Human Services. Sales and services is up $1.4 million, largely due to ambulance revenue. Permits and fees comes in a little over $1 million over budget. We had budgeted a transfer from the medical insurance fund for $2 million. However, with our projected claims, we prefer not to take these dollars from the insurance fund at this time and hold it whole. Investment earnings are the bright spot in revenues, coming in very strong, and we believe we will see potentially as much as $9 million in earnings over budget here. This is not as strong a position as we have finished compared to prior years. And over the last 3 years, while revenues have exceeded budget, we have seen a decline in this time frame. So this to show you that we were almost 105% of revenues 3 years ago and closer to what we budgeted.
And so with what we budgeted for FY24, what had we budgeted sales tax at, the percentage?
What did we budget in current year? The percentage growth? Is that 6%?
Well, it was 5.4% above what we projected at this time last year, which came in below. The actuals came in below what we actually projected, because at this time last year, starting in February of last year, basically we've seen flat growth. So the projection we made flat when we were doing the budget did not take that trend into account. It happened before that time. So basically it was 5.4% above that projection, which we actually came in lower at as well. So that's kind of why you're seeing such a big variance.
Is what you just described demonstrated in that bar graph, the 48.9?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what that is.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I believe sales tax came in at around 46.6 last year. And we had projected higher than that at this point last year. Because we haven't seen that kind of fall off in growth at that time.
Some of the things that we showed you at the last work session is us looking at the markets, looking at outside entities to get a better projection since we're in arrears here. So understanding what's happening across the state and across the country in terms of spending to understand sales tax better and have projections that are more realistic going forward, because projecting on something that's still 3 months in arrears for another year out is difficult, and that's why I say that sales tax revenue is a volatile revenue source.
So I just want to make sure I understand. Okay, so basically, when we were doing the projections last year, we projected about 5.4% more, and then actually it came in a little bit less. So what we were projecting on
Exactly.
was a little bit higher than what the actuals were.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And so the reality of where we're coming in is around what percentage with sales tax compared to,
right now, I think it's around 1 point, I'm sorry, do you want to?
Our projection, Jay's projection this year, our projection is 1.4% over last year's actuals. For the year through January, those actuals are 0.9% above last year, at this time last year.
okay, so just to make sure, so now it's, we projected 5.4% growth, but we're really at about 1%
Yes.
growth currently. Okay.
4.5% to 5.5% is generally what you would see in a pre-pandemic year.
And again, the 5.4 was on a projection that ended up being higher than what we actually got in '23. So it's kind of a bit higher as well, if you think about it that way, the difference.
Okay. And so that's what, John, you're saying that for this year, the way we're looking at sales tax, we're looking at it in a more conservative manner, or what would you, how would you describe?
We're gathering, well, we're gathering more information, and like, yes, I would say that we're using information, a larger array of information to inform our projections. We're looking at we're talking to peer counties, we're looking at the data that the state and national sales indexes are telling us, and trying to understand what our sales tax is doing. And then we also look at, and there are also, our patterns are a little different. Those counties that sort of rely on more tourist revenue look a little different than the average county. So we also look at the comparisons with other counties that may have those similar revenue streams.
John, wouldn't it be fair to say that the way the economy is now nationally, as well as what we are going through locally, this is the most difficult part of our budget to project, predict what it will do?
Yes, and we saw, as I explained last time, we saw 2 years of sales tax that no one could have predicted.
Right.
And we used that revenue. And so, but it wasn't revenue that was going to be sustaining.
Right, I mean, like these projections, and what we're seeing this year is like much more flat, but it is flat off of like a much more elevated revenue base compared to like 3 or 4 years ago.
Right.
Because of those years of like
Yes.
very high growth, yeah. All right, other questions from these?
Any other questions on the revenue? Thank you, sir. Expenditures are projected at 97.7% of budget at a total of $426.9 million, plus or minus $1.9 million. From the graph depicted here, you see that we are projecting salaries and benefits to be underspent by around $600,000, 99.7% of that budget. This is a result of budgeting less than 100% due to potential lapse salary. But we've also seen gains in turnover and retention this year that may make it difficult to continue to do that to the same extent. We are projecting to spend 97.8% of program support and to spend 94% of operating. So from prior years, you see we expect to spend more of our budgeted dollars, where we've moved up from 95% to 96%, now almost 98%. We've worked hard over the last several years to bring a budget that meets our needs and does not build in pockets of contingency. When we increase the amount of spending that goes to other entities, much of the program support dollars, we can generally assume that 100% of those dollars will be spent. Any questions about our expenditure projection?
You know, and if you don't have them today, that's fine, but, or if it's not gonna be included in the information, I would be curious to see some more data on our retention rates. And also, like in terms of the schools, I'd also be curious to see some information on their retention rates as well, because obviously over the last year or two, like, high turnover has been a big concern. It sounds like things are kind of going in a better direction for us and for them. So just some more information on that would be great.
We'll reach out to them and perhaps they can bring that data
Yep.
when they come next time, and we'll get follow up with our own turnover data.
Great.
And I'd be interested in seeing just some comparisons and some best practices around local governments, like with the salaries, benefits versus operating versus debt, those numbers, and just kind of where those typically,
Where they land.
where they land.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you saw in the last two slides, our year-over-year trend has been realizing less revenue while spending our expenditures closer to budgeted expectations. Given these projected expenditures and revenues, we expect to appropriate between $9 to $16 million of fund balance. This may look like a large swing. It's actually 1.6% of the general fund budget. This will land us within policy of between 16 to 18% of unrestricted fund balance remaining at year end. I'm going to pause here for a moment and see if you have any questions regarding these projections.
I do. Okay. So when I just, basically, it looks like we're coming in at about 2 million projected increase in revenue and
Yes.
about 10 million less in expenditures. So, I mean, that's positive, right? So that, and if we look at, I think it was what, 18.8 million we adopted as our, for the fund balance there. So that's, you know, with that 12 million, you would think, well, that's about 6 million of it that we'd be using for the fund balance. And I realized so that the 300,000 for the consolidation study, which of course we're asking the state to pay for that. And then, so it's partly a significant aspect is that 5.4 million in the carry forwards, it looks like is really impacting. You know, from where, because when we were projecting last year, we weren't necessarily expecting about those, thinking of those carry forwards. Is that part of what's happening here?
So, yeah, so what happens is, the carry forwards wind up being expenditures we didn't spend the prior year. So we, as we went through these projections today, we tried to see if think about, or as we went through this process, we tried to think about, are there things that we have budgeted this year that are going to have to move into a prior year? We have received almost all the vehicles that we're getting ahead of that curve of waiting behind vehicles and ambulances. So I don't expect to carry forward millions of dollars next year for vehicles. That's just not something I'm seeing this year. as we talked about earlier with the things that, with the program support dollars going out, in Sam's conversation where we increased $16 million to schools, we did increase the tax rate for $5 million of that, but that's $11 million of additional expenditures for which we did not have a revenue source.
Right, yes.
John, just, can you restate the 16 to 18% remaining in the fund balance?
So, yes, so our
What does
fund
that
balance
mean?
policy, which says that we should have 15% remaining at year end, 15% of our annual operating dollars in the general fund.
Right.
Or annual expenditures in the general fund. So, the projection we have is using $9 to $16 million. So if we use $9 million, we will have 18% remaining above that 15%. If we use 16 million, we'll be down to 16%.
I see, thank you, just wanted to make sure that's what that said.
Any more questions? So I'm now going to move into the fiscal year 25 budget. So since the last time we met, we reviewed the list of recommended positions and cut 11 positions, as well as staggered some start dates of new positions to begin later in the fiscal year, which saved $1 million. We have reduced the salary budget to account for lapsed salary. This results in a reduction of $10 million. We looked at requesting operating department budgets and reduced those budgets by $5.1 million. We've reduced contingency budget and decreased transfers, and this has resulted in a $2 million reduction, $2.5 million reduction. All told, we have reduced expenditures by $18.5 million from the first passed budget. Any questions about any of those changes? Positions still in the general fund budget are as follows. Health and Human Services is budgeted for 4 positions to provide energy assistance, a position for the call center for this service, and additional Medicaid calls due to expansion. There are also 4 positions for foster care visitation to bring mandated visitation in-house. The offset of revenue and contracts costs offsets these 4 positions. Emergency Services is budgeted for an administrative support position for the Fire Marshal's office, and we are asking for 8 paramedic positions to be prepared for the potential opening of a new EMS space in early fiscal year 26. We will not budget salaries for these paramedic positions in this fiscal year. In the effort to be less reliant on grant funding for the Family Justice Center, we are adding 2 case manager positions. Fleet has requested an additional mechanic, and General Services has requested an additional maintenance technician specifically for the detention center.
Is the energy assistance thing, is that something that people who work on that, is the most of the demand for that in the winter time, or is that sort of like a year-round program?
So there is a spike of that.
Yep.
In the wintertime because there's the low income heating assistance and energy assistance. However, they do also pass along crisis intervention dollars throughout the year.
So the staff who work on on that work on other things in other parts of the year when the demand for the energy
Yes,
assistance
ideally,
is
they
lower.
work in other economic services when that demand is not as high.
And one quick question, I missed it, sorry. ask you to repeat it, but with the 9 positions for Division of Social Services, did you say some of those are going, there's funding for part of those?
So the Community Social Services Assistance, which is for foster care visitation.
Okay,
So they had contracted that out with a subcontractor. When they bring that in-house and eliminate the contract, plus drawing down some of the eligible federal revenue, that is an offset. So it's not, there won't be any change to the actual budget from that, making that move.
okay, thank you.
There's a generalist coordinator for human resources, an information technology analyst to support general government software systems for IT, 1 librarian to offset temp needs. Permits and inspections has requested an administrative coordinator. Planning has requested a zoning and code compliance officer. The sheriff's office has asked for 2 co-responder deputies. And tax assessment has requested a business property appraiser. Additionally, in the solid waste enterprise fund, 3 positions are budgeted: an enforcement supervisor, a heavy equipment operator, and an inspector. Are there any questions about the positions that we still have here in the budget?
On the EMT, I'm just looking at the asterisk that goes with that. So could you just talk us through that? Could you speak to that again?
Yes, so the 8 EMT paramedics, we're asking for the positions because we come to you and ask for adding headcount to the general fund. So we would not actually add those positions until May or June to ramp up for opening of an EMS base in the following year, fiscal year 26. And I won't budget for those positions. I will assume that I will have some salary lapse to potentially cover that. So I'm not asking for us to, I'm asking for the headcount, but I'm not asking for, we're not asking for us to budget those positions.
Thank you.
And what did you say about, I think it was the 2 case managers, that you said something about grants that you were wanting to use?
Yes,
Going to general
so
fund instead of grants?
Family Justice Center over the years has largely been funded through federal grants. A lot of those opportunities have gone away or shrunk. And so we've traditionally only had 1 actual county staff for the Family Justice Center and a variety of contracted entities that provide other staff. So this is for us to be less reliant on grants and also bring in 2 case managers who would be the front-facing and do the intake there at the Family Justice Center.
So just for clarity, are there 2 people who currently sit in those roles now and we're bringing them in-house, or are we just
Yes.
putting it back out to the public?
We're bringing it in-house. So
current
there will be an offset from some contracted services, though some of the grants have also run out as well.
TK, did you want to elaborate?
I'm just curious, are you asking about the people or the positions?
I understand the positions. I guess I'm more saying, there are 2 people who occupy those spots now, right?
They're contract,
Are they county employees or are they,
they're contract positions.
they're external?
They're external, so we would have a process to determine who would ultimately be the county, staff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Those 2 contract positions are not guaranteed.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
These are like our voice intake folks.
It's currently helpmate.
Helpmate, okay.
No, help.
The total of budget expenditures for the fiscal year 25 second pass budget is $444.9 million. Salaries and benefits are budgeted at $199.5 million. This reflects a 5% reduction in total salaries held out of the budget to account for potential lapse from vacancies. Program support is budgeted at $143.3 million. Operating expenditures are budgeted at $61.1 million. Debt service is budgeted at $21.7 million. Transfers and other financing are budgeted at $14 million. Capital outlay is budgeted at $4.8 million. We have budget contingency at $500,000. Of these categories, only salaries and benefits and debt services are an increase from fiscal year '24. The remainder of these ledgers are reductions.
You said debt service and salaries and benefits. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
it's on the next page.
Looking at the comparison with the fiscal year '24 amended budget, the overall increase in expenditures is 1.9% more. This is the budget by function. As we have not finished hearing requests from our K-12 partners, this budget reflects no increase for the two school systems and maintains their current funding level. As I discussed last time, we are shifting insurance costs to reflect where we see those costs rather than spread equally across the organization. We have also shifted the reduction for lapse more accurately along the functional levels to where we saw those costs this year. So this reflects some changes across functions. The decline in economic and physical development is related to a one-time funding of road construction of $1 million that is not budgeted in fiscal year '25. Other increases in public safety are attributable to compensation plan adjustments received last year after the budget was adopted, which were absorbed in current year. Additional declines in general governments are due to moving to a leasing model for vehicles rather than purchase. Debt payments increased 9% or $1.8 million over this year related to the issuance brought to you by our CFO at your last board meeting.
And one quick question about that, so, but that debt does not, the school capital fund and AB Tech are separate, so that is not included in this.
This is general fund. This is general fund debt, which includes our capital projects and bonds, bonds. Are there any questions about these second pass expenditures?
Let me make sure I understand this right. This year, if we didn't give the schools anything, they would still get $122.2 million.
That's what's in this budget.
Okay.
That does include AB Tech. What you see you see it flat because in this year, we have the consolidation study in there, and the increase we have budgeted for AB Tech is about equal to the consolidation study, so that's why it appears flat, but that's the only change in the education function from year over year. Anything else? So if there are no additional questions, we're now going to discuss revenue for fiscal year '25. There's about $4.2 million in additional revenue budgeted since we last met. We've worked with our property assessment department as well as looked at trends for registered motor vehicle revenues and add $2.5 million to this budget. We've explored our intergovernmental sources and identified about $1 million of additional restricted revenues. Some other changes have resulted in an additional $600,000 in revenue. So this brings us to a total of $416.5 million in revenue for fiscal year '25. Comparing our fiscal year '25 revenue to the fiscal year '24 amended budget, we see the largest increase in revenue is property tax, seeing that increase due to natural growth, an RMV of $12 million. Intergovernmental revenue decreases by $5.3 million. budgeting 2% above this year's expected actuals, sales tax results in a $2.3 million decrease. So from the projection that we've provided you earlier today, the sales tax budget is a 2% increase over this year's actuals, but still below the budget that we had this year.
Okay, let me make sure I've got that. So below the budget of the previous year, but it's about 2% increase over actuals.
Of where we expect our actuals to finish this year.
Your expected actual.
Transfers are decreased by $4.4 million. We see approximately $500,000 in additional permits and fees revenue. Increase of $6 million in other revenues includes bond proceeds from going out to debt for ambulances and public safety vehicles, as well as increased investment earnings over current year budget. Overall, this is a 1% increase in revenue. Any questions about revenues? That leaves us with $416.5 million in revenues with no appropriation of fund balance and $444.9 million in expenditures. Are there any questions?
Okay, so we're expecting a 1% increase in revenue
Over fiscal year 24.
right, over actuals of
Over fiscal year 24 amended budget.
amended budget, thank you. And then, I know sometimes we've used that unrestricted revenue rate when we were working with the schools, but then said, is that 1% would be,
I'm not getting anything.
you know,
The unrestricted
What was that?
revenue rate this year is about 3.52%, because our unrestricted revenues have grown at about that amount, but we have the offset from the loss in intergovernmental revenues. So our restricted revenues have shrunk. So what that nets out to is about a 1% growth overall.
okay, because of the intergovernmental. Okay,
And then some of the, most of the permits and fees revenue is a restricted revenue as well.
So that's a $28.4-ish million difference. Did I do that math correct, John?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you guys think we're break or are we good to go?
Do we need a break or?
Why don't we take a short break?
Okay.
Yep. think we're ready to get going again.
And John, I actually do have a question. I thought of one while we were on break. So can we go back to when you were looking at the general fund revenue comparison and the intergovernmental? Because you said that's one of the significant drops there. Can you speak more to what's going on within there with the loss of revenue?
Sure, there's a couple things happening. I've talked about the Medicaid hold harmless, and this gets a little confusing because the state has also used this phrase in relation to Medicaid expansion. So there's sort of two times they're using this phrase. But the initial phrase was there is a portion of sales tax about 20 years ago that the state held back to pay counties' medical claims, Medicaid claims. And so if the sales tax paid for the Medicaid claims and there was anything left over, the state would give you a Medicaid hold harmless payment. And so, and if the Medicaid claims were in excess of that sales tax, the state would cover it and they'd hold you harmless. So that happened 2001, 2002, I believe. We didn't ever see a payment from that until about 3 years ago, where we saw about $750,000, which ballooned last year to $4.5 million. Because again, this is based on sales tax. So when the sales tax increases came that we saw over the last couple of years, these payments exceeded greatly, the sales tax exceeded greatly the Medicaid claims payments. So so we generally received that payment in March. I had budgeted about $3 million this year. After we saw the $4.5 million, I did not want to go all the way up there, but we had seen year-over-year increases from $750,000 to $1.9 million to the $4.5 million. So we budgeted $3 million in this year's budget for that hold harmless payment. Those payments actually came in a day or two before we had our last work session. And our payment this year was $212,000. So the state has said that they're actually statutorily, this revenue stream is not supposed to be impacted by Medicaid expansion, but every county was hit extremely hard by this. So I think it was Guilford County that got almost $8 million last year, got $0 this year. So the County Commissioners Association is exploring this with state DHHS to see if there may be some issue here, but that's a significant, that's $3 million of revenue that I won't be budgeting in the next year.
Right. Okay, that's very significant, because then that was $3 million that we had budgeted that we're not receiving for this fiscal year. And then, okay.
Additionally, the state has told that, to explain the other hold harmless piece, the state had provided us 75% reimbursement for Medicaid activities. So any dollars we spent on Medicaid, salaries, administration, we received 75 cents on the dollar that we invested, and the county's portion was 25% of administering that federal service. And that's an uncapped revenue. As long as we were doing that, we're receiving 75 cents on the dollar. So apparently there was, in the federal government worked with the state, and that 75 cents is only supposed to be when you're determining initial eligibility or ongoing eligibility, and regular administration is only 50 cents on the dollar. So the state held us harmless in the first year and said, we won't make you take that revenue loss of the 75 cents to the 50 cents, and we'll hold you harmless. We'll make sure that you get the revenue that you budgeted for this year. But going forward, Medicaid revenue has come down from the state because of how this new rules, it's not a new rule, but the way it's now interpreted between the federal and state government. So the Medicaid revenue, restricted revenue that we've been accustomed to basically forever, less than it was.
Okay.
And I think the hold harmless was in excess of $1 million this year. So, so that's ongoing, that's $1 million or more that we may see less in revenue related to those activities.
Okay. So thanks for clarifying that. So is there anything else going on from the state level that's impacting our intergovernmental?
So not necessarily on the revenue side, but on the expenditure side, for retirement costs, each year the state decides that there may be a larger portion of retirement that the local government has to cover. And on the expenditure side, in our salaries and benefits ledger for the state retirement system, we're seeing additional $2.5 million of expenditures there, just due to our additional contribution required to maintain the state retirement.
Okay. So they're increasing what we have to put in
Yes.
with that now. Okay.
And they have done this generally every year for several years, but this is a little larger hit and retirement is a percentage. So as salary budget may grow larger, that percentage is going to be a little larger.
Okay. So the Medicaid, hold harmless, this retirement cost for that. Is there anything else?
We can get you some additional information on some of the potential smaller revenue streams that may be impacted, but there may be a variety of different items.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Intergovernmental revenue also refers to any revenue sharing things that we do with our local municipalities as well. So while I don't believe that we have any strict losses or changes there, but any of the cost sharing models that we do in public safety and such are with the city of Asheville and other municipalities are revenues that are also in that pot of money. So this brings us to our financial outlook. So we've built in some assumptions to establish a 2-year financial outlook. On the revenue side, this assumes no change in the tax rate. We've taken an average of the last 2 revaluations for a property tax base in fiscal year 26, followed by natural growth in fiscal year 27. We are projecting a return of pre-pandemic levels of sales tax growth of 4.5% in fiscal year 26 and 5% in fiscal year 27. And other revenues, depending on their source, vary between 3 to 8% in annual growth. In terms of expenditures, we are projecting 9% growth in fiscal year 26. This would include funding for capital strategies as presented by our finance team, space for additional debt service, and modest increases in staffing, operation, and education, followed by 5% growth in fiscal year 27. With those assumptions in hand, including our best case projection for this year we shared earlier, this is our financial outlook. With no change in the tax rate, revenues will continue not to meet expenditures, which if we continue a practice of appropriating fund balance to make up the gap, would leave us with 0.3% remaining available fund balance by fiscal year 27. In order to remain at our target of 15% remaining available fund balance at the conclusion of fiscal year 25, we could appropriate no more than $12.3 million.
Now, remind me, John, so with this projection, it looks like typically from each year, like from 23 to 24, it's around a 27 million increase, and then to 25, it's around a 20 million increase in expenditures. And then going into 26, it was almost a 40 million increase projected in expenditures. Why such a big jump?
So as I said before, to our funding strategies for capital, to build reserves, we have been balancing the budget with appropriated fund balance. At some point, that's no longer sustainable. So we're trying to get to a place where this doesn't have to be the practice in 26. Are there any questions on the outlook here?
I think so.
Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to Sharon.
So,
Yes.
sorry, John, I guess I do have one.
Absolutely.
I'm remembering what you said earlier about you made that projection for this year's budget for sales tax increases of around the 4 to 5% range, based
In
on.
future years, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Well, yeah, and this past year.
Based on future years in this past year, as you said, that's kind of how it worked before the pandemic.
Yes.
I assume going back decades, right? That's kind of the
About 8-9 years, there was some change in the collection of sales tax, and North Carolina also added a sales tax on services. So sales tax did change a bit, but if we go the 5-6 year period before the pandemic, we're looking at 4.5 to 5.5%.
Okay, and maybe we could go back a long time and talk about this all day, but I guess it was the Great Recession that maybe was another wrinkle in that trend going back years.
Probably, yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is I'm trying to think of how reliable that trend is going into the future, and if
It's not.
okay, okay, okay.
And I will use the word volatile as long as you're tired of hearing me say it.
Okay.
That's a revenue stream that it's there for us, but for us to bank on it being
Yeah.
a certain place in a given year and expect that we're going to balance a lot of expenditures against it would be.
Right. Because like this, I don't know what the economy's doing right now. It's a pretty weird economy, I would argue.
It's
But
behaving
it's not
very
like a recession.
strangely.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like a crisis moment necessarily, but it's volatile. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions before we move to human resources? One that says next.
Good morning. How y'all doing? So I'm going to talk about the market analysis and the fiscal year 25 classification and compensation plan changes and recommendations. So first I want to take you through the market study that we conducted. We looked at, did an RFP, and we selected Evergreen Solutions to come in and assist us with the market analysis. And really what we were looking at was focusing on our benchmarks and how we were doing compared to our peers, very simply. And, the additional piece was to look and see, because we did our plan internally, how was our plan looking? And so one of the things that we looked at is again, it's a market study, not a compensation study. And the difference is a market study is looking at our compensation in the grades and not actually internally, where the study is internal and external. And so the timeline for this project is we began this in July of 2023. And then in December, we received our first report from the Board of Elections, or that was requested by the Board of Elections. And then in January, February, we received the draft of the report and then the findings. And the work performed was, again, we asked them to analyze our plan to see how we did and identify potential changes. And then we asked them to review peer grades. And we have a little over 300 classifications, and what we asked them to do is review a little over 111. And the reason why there's that difference is that we have a lot of positions and classifications that are in series. So if you had like an administrative 1, 2, 3, we only looked at one of those positions, and then we aggregated based on the market. And then with the feedback, we looked at 15 of our peers. Whoops. 15 of our peers, you'll see the peer markets over here on the right. And we normalized, which is really important. We use the regional price parity, the same data points that we use for our compensation study. And what that is making sure that, if we were looking at Greenville, who has a little bit lower of a cost of living compared to Buncombe County, it was apples to apples. And so the findings, this is actually something I was really pleased to see, was that our plan was actually in line with general business practices, which was a really great thing. And one of the things that we did find out was that the non-exempt classifications were a little bit narrow. And ours came in about 40%, which is, when we did our study before, we actually raised our range from 30 to 40. So we did come up, but they're suggesting that we potentially go up a little bit higher. Our exempts were right in line with where they needed to be. They also identified some compression, and about 62.7% of our employees are paid less than 80% of our supervisors, and that's what we want to see. That's healthy. But conversely, 34.2% are being paid within 80 to 95% of our supervisors, and that's not surprising. And the reason why it's not surprising is when we fixed our employees to our new pay philosophy, which is education experience above our minimum qualifications, we have a lot of very long-term employees that reached the top of the salary grade. And so when you have folks that normally you're looking at somewhere around midpoint for your employees, when they reach the top, they're going to be bumping into their supervisors. The other finding that we got was that we had a few positions that were about 10% below the midpoint, in market midpoint. And the market midpoint's really important. That's how we assess, and it's probably the most credible way to assess how you're doing compared to your peers. And so the librarian classification and the public safety call taker both came in higher than 10%. And so based on this finding, HR is recommending, oh my goodness gracious, yeah. HR is recommending that we move the librarian classification from a salary grade 2004 to a 2005, and then the public safety call taker gets moved from a 2001 to a 2003. The other finding we had was the investigative social worker. When we were looking at not only the evergreen data as well as the data that we have been looking at, the IATSWs, there's a group of social workers, and you have the IATSWs. Those are the folks that are going into homes and dealing with some pretty volatile situations, and it's a different type of social work than adult services, to use as an example. And so what we're suggesting is that we remove the title of IATSW to something, I didn't even touch that. The IATSWs, and we're going to call them social workers, and we'll have a social worker 3, which is where the majority of our social workers are right now, and then the IATSW, or the investigative social worker, will move to a 4. We're also, oops, this is going to be the next slide here. So now we're going to look at some plan additions, and you're going to see that the plan additions, for the most part, what you're seeing is that it's some new titles. And looking at, we had a lot of our classifications, we tried to go generic, and some of them just don't work in a generic title. So you're going to see some of these titles are moving from a generic classification into the very own. Deletions, and again, these are classification titles that we no longer use, and so we're recommending that they get removed from our plan. Plan classification changes, you're going to see again, we have a whole bunch of title changes, And then we do have one, the librarian, that I mentioned earlier. We're looking at a change to the salary grade on that. Next steps, is that you?
Yeah, that's, are there any questions?
Do you have any
from
questions
Sharon?
that I can answer for you?
I don't have any questions about that information. Thank you for that.
Sure.
We asked earlier about, turnover rates, retention rates within the organization right now. So, which obviously we've talked a lot about that over the last couple of years, and especially in certain departments where that was the biggest challenge. So what are the areas in the organization right now where retention is the biggest challenge? And how are we doing in some of the departments where that was especially challenging, let's say like over the last year or two? Like how are we doing in those areas currently?
So I would say the three classifications that have the highest turnover are detention officers, 911, public safety, telecommunicators, and our social workers. And all of three of them are the hardest to fill. What I'm seeing in a lot of the other classifications, and again, it's the market, where before we weren't getting a lot of applications, I'm seeing a lot more applications come in now. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're highly qualified applications. I'm just seeing more applications. I think we are doing slightly better in our 911 public safety communications. And that's, I think, thankful to some of the incentives that we did. Social work, same. We had some incentives with the social workers, and obviously the same with detention.
Great. And are there, I guess the follow-up question would be, are there any other things that we need to do to address those areas where it's the biggest challenge? Because I guess, in a way, like when I just think about HR stuff, which I am not an expert, but it's like in the areas where you're having the highest turnover or having the highest, the biggest challenge is attracting really qualified people. I mean, I think that's kind of just the market telling us, right? Like maybe we are not where we need to be to attract and retain, really qualified people for those positions. I mean, maybe even if we're doing, relatively well compared to some of our, our peer counties and things like that, maybe they're not doing what they need to do either, or maybe there's unique things going on in our community where, like, I don't know. Is there anything that we need to be looking at to address those areas to make sure we're getting and keeping good people?
I think the change in the social work, moving the ITSWs to the social worker 4, actually it's bringing them up a grade, so it's a little bit more attractive. One of the things that we find is a lot of our social workers, they might start as an investigative social worker. That's a really hard job. Really, it's one of our hardest. And so they're moving into a regular social worker 3 position because it's a little bit less emotionally taxing. Not that it's not, emotionally taxing, but it's a little bit less. And the same thing with when the public safety and telecommunication, we are proposing, and you'll see this in the plan, that we're no longer using a career progression. What we want to do is move them into where they pay for their education experience, so similar to how we do all other employees. So if you are a telecommunicator and you come from another county and you're fully experienced, we can bring you in and we can actually pay you for your experience, where the current plan that we have right now, it's a career progression and they all come in at the same rate. So I think we are doing some stuff, or we're looking at ideas of how to actually, attract and retain folks, and it is, a lot of it is about the salary.
I'm still kind of new in this process, but just out of curiosity, what does this look like for the staff themselves? Have they been read in on what's happening here and what's going to happen to their position?
Yes, we actually met with each one of the affected departments last week and gave them, heads up of what was happening, so they weren't, hearing it from, watching this on the Facebook or anything else like that. We wanted to make sure they were in the know.
Any constructive feedback or?
I think it's, for some of the folks, they're like, oh, we told you, but, at the end of the day, I think they're happy that we're paying attention to this and we're looking at this consistently for them. We're just not ignoring them.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon. So our next steps. So May 9th, we will host fire districts who are requesting a tax rate increase and our education partners. We have 3 fire districts who have reached out to us, and we are meeting with them this week in advance of this work session. We are also meeting with education partners this week.
John, do you mind mentioning the 3?
It's, North Buncombe, Fairview, and Reynolds.
Okay. Thank you.
We will present a recommended budget with a budget message at our regular board meeting on May 21st, followed by a public hearing on the budget at the first meeting in June on the 4th. We will ask you to adopt a budget on June 18th, our second regularly scheduled meeting in June. Are there any questions?
Thank you for all the good information. This is very helpful.
Good job.
Thank you.
So, we're ready to move on.
So Commissioners, as we move into preparing now for a balanced budget, we would like any inputs, any ideas you have, any changes you want to see. If you would let us know that in the next couple of weeks. Because when we come back on May 9th with the fire districts, we can sit down and talk through what those changes are that you would like us to do to the budget.
Thank you.
That wraps up the budget portion of today's work session.
All right, great. So why don't we take a short break? I've talked to Avril. We can start the strategic planning discussion earlier. So we can, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we can get started on that, and then we will break for lunch in a bit. Sound good?
Did you want to start strategic before lunch, right? We can start that now and break for lunch when you get started.
Yes, let's start that before lunch, and then we'll break for lunch. So yeah, let's take a yeah, that should be fine. Just take a short break. Cool. So, all right, Avril, do you want to say anything to kind of get us organized or kicked off?
2030, so that's the frame of mind I want you to be thinking in as we start talking about the strategic plan, but I'll turn it over to Raphael and Matt. They're gonna lead us through. And, Mr. Barnett is coming to the table as well. So they would, you're not? Okay.
All right, great.
And Heather as well, so they will lead us through the session in the next hour or two.
Fantastic.
Yeah, well, thank you and good morning, everyone. We're excited to be having this conversation with you all today. So today is the start of the journey of updating the strategic plan to go from a 2025 plan to a 2030 plan. So like I said, this is the start. This is not the end. Y'all will have several more checkpoints with us throughout this process, and we'll also do some good community work, and we'll kind of walk through what today's gonna look like. So we've chunked this out into a couple of portions. The first portion is kind of giving you an overview of what we are suggesting as an approach for the 2030 strategic plan. And then we'll talk about the community survey results. We have the results of our recent community survey, so we're excited to debut them with you all today. And then y'all, we appreciate you taking this survey that we sent to you a few weeks ago. So we'll share those survey results with you. And then that will be the end of the presentation portion of this, and we'll move into a facilitation discussion where we'll start talking to you all about your 2030 priorities. And then we'll talk through next steps, and we'll make sure we break for lunch at the appropriate time too. So this is the timeline that we've proposed. So we are in the bottom left there in April. Anything that you see that is highlighted in yellow, that is a touch point that involves you all. So what we'll do is we'll meet today, get you all some prioritization from you all, get an understanding of where you want to focus for 2030. And then in May, we'll be doing two different things going on in May. One thing is we'll be going out to the community and to employees to receive input from them. Additionally, subject matter experts from across the county will start meeting and working on developing draft focus areas, objectives, and goals based on the feedback that you provide us today. We will then come back to you all in June to give you the results of the community and employee input sessions, as well as the work our subject matter experts have done. And we'll provide you all with some draft objectives and goals for you all to respond to and react to. We will then go back and spend the balance of June and July working on that and responding to that. We'll come back to you all in August to give you more information and to get a little more feedback. And then our plan is in August 22nd, we'll come back to you all for a strategic plan retreat, where really the goal is to come out of that retreat with a draft strategic plan. We will then go back out to the community and to our employees for feedback on that draft plan. We'll go back to you all in October to receive feedback and give you the results of the feedback from the community. And then from there, we'll finalize it. We'll take a final draft plan to you all to briefing on November 5th with a proposed vote for adoption on November 19th, which is what you all had directed us to aim for back in December when we met with you. And the strategic plan would become official starting in January. Oops, sorry. It's not the normal click I'm used to. So one of the hallmarks of our strategic plan has been our house diagram. We are anticipating using the house diagram once again. And from a framing perspective, from our stance, this is not a new strategic plan, but rather an update to the current strategic plan. While we are proud of the progress we've made with the current plan, we know there are some items that are not complete that will carry over. And that was part of the survey that you all completed. So we will maintain keeping our vision and our values is what we're proposing. And then we're proposing having the focus areas. Based on the survey results we received from you all, and as well as input that we received from our department heads and subject matter experts, we are anticipating that there will be a need to add a fifth community focus area due to the variety, the breadth of prioritization that we have seen. And we'll talk through that later, but we will be suggesting adding a fifth based on y'all's feedback thus far. We will propose that we consider looking at the vision where we say a caring community in harmony with this environment where citizens succeed, based on feedback from our equity office, we would ask that you consider changing that to a more inclusive term instead of citizens. We are also proposing changing the structure slightly of the strategic plan. Currently, the strategic plan has your focus areas, for example, vibrant economy. Then it has high-level goals. We're still on, I was still on this slide, Avril. Having high-level goals. And then really we were dependent on departmental business plans to tell us how we would actually implement those goals. That structure has shown us that there's an opportunity for some improvement within that structure. So we are proposing, based on feedback from our departments, moving to a model where the strategic plan is a little more self-contained, allowing departments to have a little more independence with their departmental business plans. So we're proposing having focus areas, objectives, and SMART goals within each focus area, which we'll talk to through it in a second. So the way this would be structured, if we look at our vibrant economy focus area for an example, is we have our focus area of the vibrant economy. Then within that, we would have 1 to 2 objectives, and the objective could be increase median household income to North Carolina benchmark, which is an existing goal within our strategic plan. Then within that, we would have 2 to 3 SMART goals. These SMART goals very clearly state what we will do to achieve that objective, and by proxy, that focus area. So a SMART goal could be increase the average wage of Buncombe County incentive projects to $25 an hour by 2030, and increase the median household income for STEP graduates to $20 an hour by 2030. As a reminder, SMART goals, they're specific, they're measurable, they're time-bound, they're achievable. So we really want to be able to say, when we look at the strategic plan, we understand what are we trying to achieve, we're trying to understand how we measure it, and we're trying to achieve what we will do to achieve it. So all that will now be built into the strategic plan, which is an enhancement from the existing strategic plan. We're always striving for continuous improvement in this organization. Are there any questions on this general structure modification that we are suggesting to you all today?
I like it.
Okay. So this is a slide that we've taken from the 2025 strategic plan and just updated the year on it. Nothing else really changes here, but again, organizational alignment is we have our strategic plan, which is our community vision. We have our departmental goals, which are departmental business plans. Then we have our employee goals. One of the things that we are hoping to achieve with the strategic plan is by having the strategic plan be self-contained, the departmental business plans will better reflect the core services and strategic needs of each department. They will still align to the strategic plan, and we'll still all row in the same direction. But now business plans will be more reflective of the needs of their individual departments. Additionally, we now have the 2043 comprehensive plan. We are working closely with the planning department to ensure alignment with the comprehensive plan. That is the marathon. The strategic plan is the 5K. The annual budget is your sprint every year, is one way to think about it. We are aiming to have the strategic plan and business plans completed by November of 2024. If we're able to adopt all that, what that means is not only is the budgets that departments request, but also the budget that you all are get seen from the budget department will reflect those strategic and business plans. As part of our ongoing goal to better align the strategic plan in the budget, which is part of the reason why today you learned about budget, now you talk about strategic plans that continue to go to do that. Additionally, we're moving to a model where every goal will have measures and will have data at the time of adoption. So when you adopt the strategic plan, you'll have an understanding of where we are performance-wise with each goal within the strategic plan. And I already talked about the strategic plan standing alone. In terms of equity, we've been working closely with Dr. Armstrong in the Office of Equity and Human Rights on what is the best path forward for equity. In the current strategic plan, we have a standalone equity goal focus area. And the way we operationalized that was to create the Racial Equity Action Plan that you all adopted, the 2025 Racial Equity Action Plan. Our joint recommendation from Strategy and Innovation and from the Office of Equity and Human Rights is to move to a model in which equity is not separate or different from anything within the strategic plan, but is weaved and foundational to the entire strategic plan. So what we've done is we have identified every item within the Racial Equity Action Plan that's not been completed. And we're currently working with the departments to identify a model in which equity is weaved in the strategic plan. We no longer have a standalone equity actually plan, but every goal, every objective, every item in the strategic plan, as well as every item within departmental business plans, is looked from an equity lens, and when possible has disaggregated data. So equity is part of what we do in every step of the direction. And we're currently working on identifying where to move uncompleted REAP items into the strategic plan and business plans. We believe that this will move to allowing equity to be a bigger focus of our work. But I do know that this is a relatively large change, so I want to stop here and get any feedback you may have on this transition.
That's the only way to make it work.
I agree.
As long as it stands alone, it'll be for window dressing on. But that's the way it should be, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it didn't quite make sense for me, in my mind, for us to have the standalone plan, particularly when we look at our values and our foundational pieces of our house to have a separate plan. It makes much more sense if we're gonna have equity into the house model of what we're doing, to have it interwoven completely. I agree.
All right. All right, so at this point, I'll turn it over to Matt Baker and Burnett Walls to talk through our community survey results.
Thank you, Raphael. So every few years, we go out into the community. That is way too loud. Every few years, we go out to the community and to check the pulse, gauge perceptions of how we're doing, satisfaction with how we're doing, how we're providing services, and also just to kind of get a sense of how the community's feeling. And we timed this year's community survey to the strategic plan as not an accident, because since we're going to be re-upping the strategic plan for another 5 years, we wanted to get the best data we could before embarking on that to inform not only the decisions that we'll be making, but also just to kind of help formulate and shape the plan itself. I'm going to go through a few high-level points on this before I hand it off to Burnett here, who will go through the interesting stuff. So just as an overview, the survey this year was 6 pages. It was again conducted by ETC Institute out of Olathe, Kansas. They're a national leader in public marketing. It was the second survey that we've had conducted by ETC, the first one being our initial community survey in 2021. A lot of the questions were the same between the current and the prior survey. Not all of them were, because some of them were not as relevant as they may have been in the past. And we designed this intentionally for a year-over-year comparison. I've been remiss, I haven't mentioned, there is actually a draft report you can see in your folders if you so choose. I recommend following along with the slides, however, simply because it's not in color and it's a little hard to read some of that stuff. But you'll see in that report, if you do dig into it, a new number that maybe was not a part of it before. It's still at the 95% confidence interval, but there's now a precision rating. And what that precision rating means in survey lingo is essentially how comparable is the questions that we are asking to the prior survey. So essentially, is it statistically relevant to say we do a year-over-year comparison for these points? That's all it is. And our precision rating is plus or minus 4.3%, which is below plus or minus 10%. For those keeping score, that is good. That's where you want to be. You want to keep below 10%. So it was a random sample of households that were sent by mail, the survey, and then ETC followed up with messaging after the fact to ensure, or to encourage participation, but also to ensure that they knew there was an online completion option that was there for language access purposes. And we got 511 responses. We needed 500 for statistical significance, so we got there. And just because it was a question last time I wanted to go ahead and talk about it, it was divided roughly 41% of responses were within the city of Asheville, residents within the city of Asheville, and 59% were from other counties, including other municipalities. A significant amount of data was returned from that, so it's not just satisfaction around specific things like core services communication, but it's also prioritization of different community issues. And also we did benchmarking once again this year to the Atlantic and to the national. And we have some robust demographics as well. And now we can get to the interesting stuff, Mr. Walls. Down
Thank you, sir.
this forward.
I do have one question about that.
Yes.
And I'm sorry if I missed this in your explanation, but the 511 responses, we don't know if the demographics of the 511 responses sort of broadly reflect the demographics of the.
So they do. So it actually, we line it up with census, the last ACS report, and for instance, the Language Act says 98% of households in Buncombe County, according to this US Census, have someone in the household who speaks English. In the survey, what we found is 97%. So it's roughly correlated in terms of the actual population representation, white Caucasian, African American, Black, whatever it may be, the census thing. It lined up almost dead on with the census numbers, a little bit off.
What about like ages of responders and stuff like that?
I don't know that answer off the top of my head. I would have to look, but I will say in terms of residency, I'll say that, it skewed heavily toward people who have been here a number of years, 10 plus years. I do think, if I'm recalling, but don't quote me on this, the survey did skew a little bit older.
Okay, so we think, based on what you're saying, like we have a pretty good geographic representation, but in terms of like the ages of the folks responding, maybe it's skewing a little bit older.
Somewhat.
Sort of. All right, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? I apologize. I kind of breezed through that to get you to the good stuff. All right, Burnett.
Okay, great, awesome. All right, folks, so I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Thank you guys for giving us some space to present this to you all, so thank you for your time. Before we get too far along, just want to preface this and give some context around the values that you're going to be seeing represented here. So these percentages represent, in the survey itself, it was basically structured on a Likert scale. So 5 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. You had the option not to answer, but these percentages represent respondents that chose either a 4 or a 5 for the given question. And that may indicate that they were extremely satisfied, or that they felt a particular service was excellent or good. But regardless, these percentages represent those folks that chose a 4 or 5 for the given question. Also, as you guys have time to peruse the survey itself, there's a ton of data. Matt indicated that there's demographic data that was collected. To that end, we're going to ask you guys to help us focus on what's important to you. And just given the breadth of the data, knowing that we don't have the capacity to go through and cross-reference different questions with different demographics, we've created a form that we're going to be sending to you guys that you can complete and ask us for additional analysis on a given question and how you want to see it layered with different demographics and so forth. So that'd be forthcoming. A couple other things to reference as well too. These data points compare current survey to 2021. If I'm sure everyone is aware, 2021, COVID was front and center from a societal perspective. So don't know the influence that has had, but that is just one thing to call out to keep in mind as we're looking at these results. And Matt also referenced the fact that in the summer of 2023, ETC conducted a national survey. So within your packet are some baseline values on a national basis as well as a Mid-Atlantic. And through this, I'm going to be referencing that survey as well too.
Real quick before Burnett gets started, one thing I did forget to mention. I did mention the timing of this survey. So one thing that we have been told by the vendor, because they survey for a lot of organizations, is perceptions and satisfaction of governments, generally speaking, in an election year are a little bit lower. And that's going to be reflected in this survey. And that's just the nature of the milieu in which we find ourselves. So just wanted to preface that before we go into it. So that's there.
One more question while you're talking about perceptions, because when I was just looking at some of this satisfaction, and you said that 49% or what have you was in the city of Asheville and the rest of it was outside.
Yes.
When they're talking with people, are they making really clear we're talking about Buncombe County government services versus the municipalities? Because I hear a lot of confusion around that.
So where we can, yes. So for instance, in some cases, we have specific, explicit questions. When did you last encounter Buncombe County Sheriff's Office? And then we can filter down by if you had an encounter with Buncombe County staff, then what did you think about the encounter? So that way we can kind of tease that out. And other areas, it's harder to do that nuance. A good example of that is parks. So we could ask, when was the last time you enjoyed a Buncombe County park? But they're not always going to know which one's a Buncombe County park, which one's a City of Asheville park. So we don't even ask that question, but we can stratify it geographically. So if you have that question, one of the ways we can kind of get to that is to stratify geographically. It's not perfect, but it's about what we can do with some of those questions.
We do have zip code data for the respondent, so yeah, if you're interested in that, we can further stratify that. Yeah. Okay, so real quick, we're just gonna be going over some of the very high-level results from the executive summary in the report itself. And if you guys have questions around these specific items we're gonna be looking at, we can talk about them further. There's a couple things just to call out on each of the slides that we'll go over and touch on. So in this one, you can see 2 of the 3 are a little bit lower for this survey versus where we were last year. Place to visit, you can see, is at parity. One thing to call out about this is that, not surprisingly, place to visit, when you compare that to the results from a national and regional perspective, we're 20 points above the benchmark standards for that. So Asheville is a great place to visit, not to mention live. Okay, all right, so satisfaction with county services. So you can see most of these are at parity with where we were in 2021. We're seeing a decline in the rec services. One important thing to call out there is, once again, in comparison to the benchmarks values, our rec services score is 10 points above the benchmark scores.
Communications.
So even though it is showing a decline, it is still above national and regional standards.
What about emergency services? I'm just curious how we benchmark there.
Emergency services, off the top of my head, I don't know how that looks. So not all of these questions are comparable to the benchmarks because they're a little bit different. So off the top of my head, I don't have an answer to that.
We'll get back to that.
Yeah,
We can follow up.
And I'll note recreation services in the coming week or two, recreation services will be releasing through ETC as well, a community survey that will give more specific information on parks as part of their master planning. So you'll get more detailed information later through that process on parks.
Questions before we move on? Very good. Okay, so statements about the county. You can see in particular the access to substance use disorder question is new for this survey. The one, nothing, I have no comparison to call on this one, sorry. Any questions on this? You can see values are pretty close to parity, survey to survey.
Those, if we're getting 89% of people saying access to mental health services is good or great.
Good, exceptional, yeah.
It's sort of hard to believe that that's the way people think we're going as a society, that like we're just knocking it out of the ballpark on mental health, right? Like, seems,
So
I mean, I'm glad to hear it. I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of like,
if it's true, I'm also glad to hear it. What I would also say is there's a separation. You'll note this is new for this year. We separated substance use disorder services from mental health services.
Right. Yeah.
And that did not perform as well. So that might be the reason for why that is.
That's access to healthcare in spite of mission.
Right?
Am I correct in assuming the way the questions are framed or questioned is that it's access to,
It is.
as opposed to like, I don't know, success or
Quality or
whatever.
Quality.
This was access.
Access, nothing to do with quality. So
And the questions, the specific questions, I think are actually in your packet as well, so you can refer to those. But yes, I do think it's framed as access.
Any other questions on this one? Okay. All right, so satisfaction with community communication. The big thing to call out here is if you look to the question around efforts to connect residents with resources, that's showing an 18-point decline compared to our prior survey. Keep in mind too what you see there is summarized. The question, as it was stated, asks, how satisfied are you with efforts to connect you with resources like community markets, election services, and public health services like vaccines? So I would assume that potentially there, once again, potentially some influence on the time of 2021 and COVID vaccines and availability and so forth potentially had some impact on those results. But nevertheless, it is showing an 18-point decline. With regards to the ease of use of the county website, that's showing a slight decline, but that was also part of one of the benchmarking questions, and we are slightly above benchmark with that question. Okay, and then these questions are new for this version of the survey. With regard to comparison to the benchmark standards, the first two, I'm alone in your neighborhood during the day and alone in a neighborhood at night, we are above the benchmark thresholds. However, for that last one, as it relates to feeling safe in Buncombe County, we're roughly 10 points below benchmark from that perspective. And interestingly enough, you can see in your survey results are some additional breakouts in terms of feeling safe in retail areas and in county parks. We're both significantly below benchmark standards on that one as well too.
So that's where you're seeing the differentiation here. This deserves a little bit of elaboration. People will spend the majority, I don't say the majority, but people spend more time at home, are more comfortable at home, whether it be day or night, and feel safer there. That's actually something that shows up in surveys across the industry as it's a safe space for people, so you naturally feel safer in your own home, typically. It's the reason why the feel safe in Buncombe County writ large is lower is because of those other two questions we asked, which is retail areas and parks. So those are the two that are lowering that score. So those are the two that deserve potentially more scrutiny when we start digging into the details of this.
Do we have any questions? Okay. And then this looks at, these questions relate to the Sheriff's Department. You can see that it was prefaced with, if you did have an interaction with the Service Department, can you then further elaborate on these questions? A little over 20% of the respondents did have an interaction with Buncombe County Sheriff's Office. You can see the responses to those given questions.
And we do not have a benchmark for those, unfortunately.
Correct.
But those are fairly high. Yeah.
Can I ask you about the third one, satisfaction with relationships, community? What are you trying to evoke there in terms of answer compared to the prior two?
So these questions came from the sheriff's office. The first two questions really speak to that individual's interaction with the deputy, the detective, whatever it is. The third one speaks to more of how they perceive the sheriff's office relationship to the community. So one's more on the individual, one's more on the organizational level.
So as a community entity, how is the sheriff's office, Buncombe County Sheriff, perceived?
Yeah.
Or satisfied with it, sorry.
I just have trouble reconciling those a little bit. It's kind of confusing, professionalism, satisfaction, and then, but your relationship is significantly lower. It's fascinating.
Yeah, it's, I think it would be something you'll see a lot in surveys. It really speaks to, hey, you have high quality people in that office. People have a really positive interaction. And then what is my perception based on what I see in the news, what I hear from other folks? And that typically is going to be a little lower. You see it also with our overall county results as well, where we generally do a little better when we ask about interactions with employees versus the general perception of Buncombe County government.
What you're getting at is people's personal experiences with personnel as opposed to like a broader sentiment.
Correct. Yes, sir.
We're seeing that in all kinds of surveys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Oops. Oh, we missed a slide. Okay. So this table that you see here is a ranking based on the top 13 questions as it relates to what individuals qualified in terms of most important to satisfaction. And the ETC created this, the column farthest to the right, the important satisfaction rating. There's some math behind that, but I think from visual perspective, this table shows you in terms of rank and importance and satisfaction. So as an example, I would ask you to go down to the second row to the bottom. You'll see the question is around the County of Library Services. You can see that is ranked number 1 in terms of satisfaction. However, from a priority perspective, it ranks near the bottom at 11. Conversely, the very first row in that table is the quality of county development, planning, and zoning. You can see that was the highest ranked, or highest, most important, but yet had the lowest level of satisfaction. So from a directional perspective, this hopefully paints a picture for you guys in terms of where respondents felt there was a high level of satisfaction versus where they felt importance lied.
A note on that top number, that is a repeat of the previous cycle survey as well. That was also ranked number 1. And Commissioner Wells, to your point earlier, we are not the only permitting and planning office in the county. So how people are interpreting this in the survey is something we don't have as much control over. We can stratify again by geography, but there's ample opportunity for sentiment that is not related to Buncombe County, permits, planning, or zoning, or anything like that to come into the survey. I cannot say that that did happen or did not happen, but that I can say that the opportunity, the possibility is there. I don't know if this will work for me. It does not work on that screen. All right, cool. The other thing I wanted to point out is satisfaction versus important ranking, the IS ranking. So if you look at, let's go with, I'm going to go with the quality of public health services, which is the first one in that yellow area, and then the quality of the county's solid waste services. The satisfaction rate with both of those are very close, 43% versus 44.5%. However, the people who took the survey ranked health services, 4 slots higher in terms of its importance, in terms of how it should be prioritized and remedying any issues there. So that's kind of the takeaway I want you to see here, is that satisfaction may be low or high with something, but just because it is, it does not mean that it's the most important thing on someone's mind. And that's what this ranking is supposed to do here, is to kind of give you, like, something may be very bad and we want it fixed, but all things being equal, we want this other thing fixed way more. So think of it that way.
Quality of culturally diverse services, it's nothing there.
Quality of culturally diverse services and programming at county parks and libraries.
That's in there.
Oh, okay, it's below, I'm sorry, yeah.
It's a long one.
Yeah.
Any questions on this?
It's not really a question, it's sort of more observation, like on the planning and zoning. I mean, a lot of these are kind of, it seems like they're sort of open to the interpretation of like the responder for like what they're referring to when they think about that, because probably like the reality is like large majority of people in the last year or two probably have not applied for a permit,
Right.
So they're not like specifically referring to like their personal experience of like, how did the permitting process go for my project, right? It's probably more of like a reflection on like, do you like the kind of development you're seeing in our community, right? And the reality is like most people, even though like, they go out and support affordable housing, when it's on the ballot and stuff like that, they know it's important, but the reality is most people tend to not like development. And I think that's probably, even if we had the most efficient like permitting process in the state, like that would probably still be like a pretty low number for that kind of reason, is my sense of it. So I don't think it necessarily reflects on like the office as much as it does about like attitudes around development.
And we can tease through some of those details to kind of suss through some of that stuff you just noted, but yeah, you're not wrong. Any other thoughts on this or anything else? We hit the question slide, which is the traditional
End of
End of
presentation.
presentation. So if you have questions about this, what I'll say, Burnett mentioned the form we're gonna do. So what we have, we're gonna send it to you in your email. It'll be coming to you shortly. It's gonna be a link to a form. What we ask you to do is drop in a question and then select however many ways that you want to kind of break that up. Maybe you wanna look at it geographically by race and age, or maybe you wanna look at it by household income and education level, whatever it may be. Select all that apply and then hit enter, and it'll send it to us. And then if you have another one, just do the same thing, rinse and repeat, till you get all your questions out, and we'll try to triage those as best we can.
All right, so 2 quick items before we break for lunch. So we'll break for lunch in a moment. You all have a binder in front of you. I see a lot of you are looking at it. That binder is for you to carry through this experience of updating the strategic plan. So I encourage you to bring it to every one of these sessions. We'll be adding content to it. In that binder is the presentation. It's the current strategic plan. It's the racial equity action plan. It's the 5-minute comp plan. And I think that's it, right? And your survey results, as well as the community survey results. So that's for you all to have. We'll break for lunch. And what we're gonna do while you all break for lunch is the balance of today is gonna be with Heather Parkinson. She's gonna do a quick discussion, presentation of your survey results. Then the rest of the day will be a facilitation with her. So you'll have the opportunity to get up. We'll put some sticky walls up there. It'll be a little more interactive. So what we'll do is while you all break for lunch is we're actually gonna reset this room. I'll let you all go. There's some nice Moe's lunch outside waiting for all of you to enjoy.
Okay. How long do y'all want to take for lunch?
Yeah.
About 30 minutes.
I think that sounds very good. So let's get started again at like 12:20.
Cool. Got you.
That's great.
So this next section will be all about strategic plan building for the 2030 plan. I'll walk through your survey results. And then my hope is if you would like to, we can get up and move around. I know you've been sitting all day. So I can have you help me at this green wall, move things into prioritization and buckets, et cetera. So I think in that sense, it makes the most sense for you to move over here and maybe bring your nameplates with you. And I don't particularly care wherever you want to sit, wherever's most convenient. So go ahead and sit at, yeah.
Five steps, let's do it. What's that? There you go. I like it.
Do we get dots? Are we gonna get dots at some point? Are we gonna get dots?
No dots. I know.
Killing the dream.
Well, as long as we don't have to role play. But if there's no dots and there is role play, I gotta.
So first I'll walk through the slide deck. There are only a couple more slides. Hopefully you all can see it easily. And then we'll move into the fun part. So the survey that we sent you roughly a month ago, you have in your books, it had 3 sections. It was sent to all of you with the 3 sections. First section, we asked you for feedback on the 2025 strategic plan goals. We said, would you prefer to keep this goal or modify or replace it for the 2030 plan? Second section, we gave you a list of trends. There are 27 trends. Those trends were derived from Buncombe County's department directors from each department. We asked them, what did they anticipate impacting the services that they provide to our community over the next 5 years? So we gave you those 27 and asked you to rank them. When we compiled your rankings, 11 of them rose naturally up to the top. So I'll walk you through those. And then we provided you with open text at the end of the survey and said, have we missed something? What other priorities are at the top of your mind? For the 2025 strategic plan, there are currently 13 goals. 9 of those were marked for some type of modification by one or several of you. So I'll go through each of the goals, starting with educated and capable. Educated and capable has 4 goals, and one of those was marked to keep. So to keep that goal completely as is, 3 of those were marked for some type of modification. And you can see those listed here on this slide. Improve college and career readiness, increase 3rd grade literacy rates, increase kindergarten readiness. And I'll note, I don't know if you've had a chance to see, but what I've done is I've put all of the trends, the 2025 goals, and your priorities up here on the wall. The goals that you all have marked for some type of modification have stars, and I will walk you through an exercise to make sure that I capture whatever you were thinking when you said this needs some kind of modification, just so we can then move that forward to start building out the 2030 plan. So then environmental and energy stewardship has 2 goals. One goal was marked to keep as is, that was preserve farmland and environmentally sensitive tracts. The second goal was marked for some type of modification. Resident well-being has 4 goals. One goal was marked to keep as is, that's expand and maintain cultural and recreational assets. The other 3, eliminate deaths, increase access to public transportation, reduce jail population, and enhance public safety. Those were marked for some type of modification. And then vibrant economy is the last focus area for the 2025 plan. It has 3 goals. Again, holding consistent with the others, one was marked to keep as is with 0 modifications, and then the other 2 were marked for modification. The one to keep as is implement land use strategies that encourage affordable housing near transportation and jobs. So then we get into the future trends. So again, these are trends. We gave you 27 of them that came from the county's leaders, and we asked you to rank them in order of importance. So I have 11 here. First one is, and this was by and large at the top of everyone's list. There was no denying that this was number 1. Increase in frequency of natural disasters and how the county responds to their impact on local communities. Increased cases and diagnoses of mental and behavioral health issues, and that it will increase the need for mental health awareness and the expansion of related services. Increasing home scarcity costs, or home scarcity due to costs. The county is seeing a decrease in active farms, and a continued need for increasing broadband access and decreasing the digital divide. Those are the top 5. And then the next 6. We have a trend around public health outcomes and increasing racial and ethnic disparities, access to and knowledge of health providers, particularly in community of color, charter, private homeschool enrollments on the rise, a continued focus on economic development and job creation. Cost of living continues to increase and may affect residents, and increasing knowledge of and desire for access to alternate response models. And then, remember I mentioned there were 3 sections of the survey. The last section was open text, and we asked you all to list any additional priorities that came to mind. And so I have 2 slides here with your priorities. Some of them I do see some connectivity between the goals that we walked through in the 2025 plan and some of the trends. But we have 4 here. We have implement strategies to better support workers in the community, creating a multi-year plan around compensation for public employees, including teachers, law enforcement, and county employees, prioritizing climate resilience and emergency preparedness, bringing services to the communities to ensure we're not leaving some of our more economically challenged and rural areas behind, especially noted at equity opportunity areas. And then 3 more additional priorities that you all shared with us. Conserving farmland, improving housing outcomes, and around new development and sustainable growth patterns. And so again, what I've done is I have taken all of these and printed them out, and we'll talk through them in more detail in just a minute. So those are your survey results. I'm curious to know how you're feeling about them. Is there anything that's surprising, I guess, would be my first question. How about those trends? I mean, that was new material that we asked you all to rank. Anything stand out?
Well, I thought it was very telling that you said the majority of us chose the one that is ranked up there. So I think that's a clear path forward that that's applied.
Absolutely.
On the climate one, on the disasters?
Yes.
Natural disasters.
I think that the number 2 top future trend with the mental and behavioral health is fascinating that we see that as a top trend, and the community survey doesn't quite align with that. So the community perception versus our internal perception is very different.
That is interesting. I
think
noted
that's
that
really-
as well.
I think that's really interesting to look at.
you know, this is.
Maybe those folks aren't needing to access mental health services. Maybe that's it, but I think it's very interesting to dig in and look at deeper.
I mean, it's still pretty new. But in terms of one of the trends that I think is actually a really good one is, you know, we passed the voters passed the bonds for conservation and affordable housing. And we're in the you know, we've been through our first cycle. We're now entering our second cycle in terms of making funding allocations through our affordable housing services program process on our affordable housing committee. That then those recommendations come to the commission. So we're just kind of in the beginning of year 2 on that. But like we are seeing like such strong like strong growth in the pipeline and construction of affordable housing. I mean we were talking about doubling or tripling the number of like really deeply affordable housing units that are going to be constructed in Buncombe County on an annual basis. So I think that's it's a new trend, but it's definitely a trend and a really important one. So, but we're also investing a ton of money in it too, right? Like the voters approved $40 million and like we are getting it out on the street, right? So it's a significant new investment area for the county, and we're seeing good results from it. So anyway, I would just kind of identify that as like a new trend too, a good one, but an expensive one in a way too. And so how we handle that for the future, like do we want to maintain this level long term, or are we just going to sort of, you know, invest the bond funds and then that's kind of, we did that and we're done with that. So those will be some important decisions to make in terms of like how we continue the trend or do something different.
Yeah, and interestingly, I noted on the community survey, county development was the highest priority on that list as well. And so, yeah, great question, great point. All right, so now what I would like to do, if you all are ready, is start figuring out how we can group these together. I noted as I was going through them, and even again as I was talking through them, that there are some of these, and remember that these are goals, they're trends, and some of your priorities. So they aren't, you know, they aren't all goals and they aren't all trends, but they all have, some of them have common themes, right? I noted some around education, right, and some around farmland. And so if you would like to get up and move around, I would welcome you to come up here and to feel free. This is a sticky wall. It's fun technology. You can easily move them around. I'm going to create some buckets here. And I'll ask that and if you don't want to come up and move around, you can feel free to speak to me from your seat as well. But we can start placing common themes underneath these symbols.
So it's just simply categorizing.
Simply categorizing them.
Well, okay.
Because right now we've got this bucket of items, right? We've got to figure out how do we start making sense of this and how do we move this into the next strategic plan? What do we do with this information? And for now, I'll put 5 buckets up here. I'm just going to call them buckets or groupings for now. But if we need more, I can easily make more. I don't want to force that upon you. So, do y'all just want to call out to me, or you want to come up and help me move them around?
Let's go up and help.
Yeah, it's more fun.
It's probably already to read some of those.
Yeah, some of them. Okay, and I do want to point out while you're here, because they are so tiny, you noted in some of your priorities there were a couple that had that were quite lengthy, and I there is nothing wrong with that, but I did not want to take away or deduce it to something that it's not, right? So I've labeled 1 and 2, that's a continuation, and 3 and 4 is a continuation, and it maybe my thought was that it maybe could be split into different buckets. Right now, are you nothing at all. You tell me where you'd like to start, so we could,
Okay, we can just, you want us just to do it?
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I see that through a development lens, yeah, building, facilities, development.
I agree with you.
Mhm.
I wonder if they could fall under the kind of, it could be infrastructure, places like housing. Because it's like those are. I see, yeah, I don't know. You can see it as a infrastructure, also an emergency services thing.
Yeah, maybe that triangle.
Yeah, yeah.
See, I've got some more here. Yeah, here's another one. Here. What's that? Would this go?
Yeah, yeah.
Probably under the environmental stuff. Part of
I can create another bucket if we need it.
This is all the economic development. Yeah, that should probably do it.
Please don't do that. I don't even put it really crazy.
Farming.
Well, right here. We can go back.
Yeah, we can move them around if we need to.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but the last one there aligns with the cultural and recreational assets.
I was looking at
It's both, right? I'm not thinking, I just was thinking about.
Yeah, I see what, yeah.
The asterisks are the 2025 plan goals that you all marked that need a modification. And yeah, I thought it made sense to group it all together first, and then we can come back and see what modifications does it need now that we've added in all these other pieces. And, you know, the 1 and 2 don't necessarily have to stay together. Food for thought. And the same for 3 and 4.
I don't want to jump the gun on your assignments,
Yeah, not at this point in time. We're just trying to create some sense of organization in our brains with all this first. Yeah? Nice. Thank you. So I heard you all naming some of these when you were talking through them. If you're okay with it, I would like to, we don't have to give it its full formal name. That will come at a later time, but what I would like to do is identify what topic you all see these as falling or breaking up into, right? So this one seems pretty easy to me, but education?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I'll put the names up there for you. What about this next one? I see topics around greenhouse gas emissions, climate resilience, decrease in active farms.
It's kind of like nature and the environment, or land management, or preservation. There's lots of different things. Preservation.
Yeah, there's a lot in there. Well, definitely around our natural resources.
I don't know, I see it like the triangle is like the built environment and growth, and this is more like what's related to that, but not actually growth.
So I heard natural resources. Do you want me to just call it that for now? Or do you have other?
Because it's also cultural resources, right? So it's like.
There's something around, or maybe I'm just making this up, but I get a sense of like some kind of protection, right? Like preservation, we're seeing a decrease.
I mean, I would say, we have this Energy and Environment Committee, it's kind of that stuff. I mean, if I was gonna use more words, I'd say like energy, environment, and agriculture, or something like that. But if I had to choose two words, I might just say energy and environment. It's kind of broader.
Are you all okay with that?
I think so for right now, yeah.
Okay. So energy and environment. What about this one here? We've got eliminate deaths as a result of substance abuse, increasing racial, ethnic disparities in public health outcomes, increased cases and diagnoses of mental and behavioral health issues.
Feels simple, but it feels like health is the right word.
Health, okay.
Although I can't read the bottom ones from here either.
Maybe health.
We've got
Health and public safety.
Health and public safety.
Yeah, we have something, some public safety stuff down here.
That's what I couldn't see from over here.
Yeah.
Health and public safety.
Okay, so in this column here, we have protect older residents' ability to age in place, Cost of living continues to increase. New development will maximize developable lands and key growth areas, sustainable growth patterns,
I'm gonna throw out enable sustainable growth.
enable
I
sustainable
guess
growth.
that's more of an action statement than a title, but
Growth and development?
Yeah, it is, because there's, stuff around, not just affordable housing and,
ampersand, get it going.
The growth and development,
Yeah.
Growth and development.
growth and development. Okay. And then, what are you thinking for this last one? We have employment, compensation, broadband access, economic development, median household income.
That'd be way
Economic development.
Feels like workforce to some degree,
Yeah.
I
Economic
think you're right,
development.
I'll say that.
Is that what y'all are thinking as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so we have education, an education bucket, energy and environment, health and public safety, growth and development, and economic development. This is what we're thinking. I want to just take a moment and have you kind of process and digest this. This is what we're thinking that would be some general areas we would utilize for the 2030 plan. Does that look good to you? And do you like this breakout?
I like it. Part of what I like about it is I think there's different kinds of things in these, in each one of these, but there are also these pretty clear categories. So I like that.
Five seems like the right number to me.
Yeah, I don't see how we could only do 4 once we started pulling all this together.
I guess my question is, how do we feel about 6? About breaking out the health and public safety? Because while I can see them together, I can also see how they
would.
could
Water each
could
other down.
operate a little more efficiently if they were in separate buckets.
Be more focused.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't get that word out.
I somewhat agree with
Let's
that. What I struggled with in that one is how interconnected some of those things were in behavioral health, especially around our substance use response and the jail population, and all of those things intersect so much that
That's a good point.
And so if we pulled, I heard public safety, if we pull that out, do you want me to try that and see what it looks like over to the side?
Miley, what do others think? I do see your point, Commissioner Moore, on that interconnectedness between mental health and substance abuse in this public safety arena.
Why don't we keep them together for now?
Yeah.
And kind of see
Okay.
if that's, if
I think as
it's,
long as we stay focused, that we don't water them each down so much, trying to accomplish a lot, I can live with that.
And so I went through this exercise, and one that came to my mind was that there could be a community health and well-being as its own, and like some type of the economic growth and development as one, and public safety and preparedness. But I think this gets us to that as well. And we could always, you know, we aren't set in stone. This is our first session with you all, so there's room to shift them around as needed. Any other thoughts on this?
There may be a couple that need to change potentially. Like I'm looking at under the energy and environment one, the last one. I'm not so sure that it fits under that one now. Like I'm wondering if it actually should go under either, I'm not positive.
Doesn't fit.
It doesn't really fit under that one, probably.
So that one
Economic
says,
development, maybe.
bring services to our communities to ensure that we are not leaving some of our more economically challenged and rural areas behind, especially those noted at equity opportunity areas.
I could almost see that in health and public safety, particularly if as we've talked about, bringing mobile integrated health to our unincorporated areas of the community, amongst some other programming. That makes sense to move it to health and public safety to me.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree.
Okay. Great, good catch. Do you want to review and make sure all others look appropriate? Let me know if you need me to read them.
And to expand and maintain cultural and recreational assets. Is that in the best place for that one? And maybe it still is.
It could fall under growth and development too.
Tell me where that one is right now.
It's under
It's
energy
under
and
energy and
environment.
environment. I kind of like it there. I mean, it's definitely kind of like sort of signaling that like, recreation stuff is going to go in here, not just energy and conservation, but like the recreation program would be
Okay.
living here too, which I think is good.
Okay.
So Heather, is the one you pointed to belongs on that side, or should it switch to economic? Have you talked about that one a little bit, economic development? Cost of living continues to increase. Is that growth and development or economic development?
Oh,
As of right now, it's sitting under growth and development. And so its cost of living continues to increase and may affect many of our residents negatively.
Which if we're thinking is like housing costs, it would mostly belong there. It's other kinds of inflation, it might belong more under like economic issues. But I kind of thought of it more as like a housing thing, but it could definitely be in either.
Salaries and wages.
Yeah, it's more growth and
I think
development.
so.
You don't
Right.
grow.
It kind of is like in between the two. So,
can't solve it with only one of the columns.
it's in every- Things are expensive.
So leave it there for now or move it over? Leave it there.
I do think it kind of does really belong in both. Somehow, I don't know.
From your perspective, you're thinking housing. I was thinking wages. So
I was thinking
housing fits into development.
But it doesn't say housing, it does just say cost of living, so it could be either or both.
That is the most significant cost of living increase, though, is
For
housing.
sure, no question.
Yeah.
And if wages weren't stagnant, it might be easier to address.
Yeah, and so what we could do is assume that this is for the housing piece of it at this point in time, and we have several over here around, I thought we had some around compensation, and we've got our median income piece, support for community workers. You all okay with that? Okay. So I noted, if you're okay with moving forward, I noted that we've got stars, right, on some of these. These are 2025 plan goals, so our current strategic plan, the goals that you all marked in your survey as needing some type of modification. I thought it would help to see them grouped with the trends and any other priorities that you all put forward. And then we could come back, which we'll do right now, and I'll ask you what you need to make sure we are keeping in mind, or what kind of modification do you think it needs for the 2030 plan? This is kind of the time to talk through what needs to happen or what needs to change. And for your awareness, the plan as of right now is to take all of this to subject matter experts within the county, to department directors and individuals within their departments, and ask them to start working on what does education look like in the 2030 plan? What does energy and environment look like in the 2030 plan? And so we're going to give them all of your ideas, your priorities, goals, trends. Sorry, there isn't really an easy place.
Would you prefer, is it better that these are problems we're highlighting, or that they are more actions that we want to take?
I think
Otherwise,
either
those goals.
or. What do we need to be mindful of? So when you think, whomever stated an increase in kindergarten readiness needs some modification if we move it into the 2030 plan, what do we need to take into consideration? And I'll point out that in your packets, if you flip to your survey results, we do have the comments. If they were provided in the survey, they are in there. So you can see what modifications or comments your peers may have recommended.
So you want us to go ahead and start with the increased kindergarten readiness?
Yes, please.
Just some thoughts.
I guess, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I guess I would say, from the place where we were when we initially started our discussions around early childhood, I was not on commission. In that time, I've seen cost of living go up. I've seen the number of centers shut down that are providing that service. And that tracks from the data that we have with increasingly poor kindergarten readiness for a lot of new families. And that's something, I guess, kind of recalibrating and saying, like, what does it actually take to provide kindergarten readiness in 2024 as opposed to pre-pandemic 2019 situation. I think the landscape of Buncombe has changed a lot in 5 years, so I'd be curious to hear more senior commissioners' thoughts on that.
So is this one of these like areas where even though like the county's made it a pretty big priority, right, compared to where we were 5 years ago, like what we're doing now, like we've stepped up quite a bit, but the challenges in the community to do the pre-K work have grown even faster, right? So is it fair but discouraging to say, like, even though we're doing more, like, we're not making the kind of progress we want because of those overall headwinds that are out there in the space, and we need to like realistically assess all that and figure out what's needed, to respond to those challenges.
Ronnie, I think we've made more progress than we realize. And the reason I say that is we started this to save slot, to create new slots. But because of the pandemic and everything that we've gone through, we ended up saving slots. we haven't created any more. But when I talk to like some of the other counties around, they are having a problem because they don't have a committee like ours where they're losing slots. And I think that's what we've got to look at, even though we want to, if we're going to improve the kindergarten readiness and get the pre-K more of them, we've got to look at one to make sure we keep slots, but still, we need to expand. And how we do that, that's going to be critical. I'm beginning to wonder if, the money that we're spending now for, pre-K is great, but we need to increase that some, and maybe have a pot just for new slots.
So then is increasing kindergarten readiness the right title for the goal?
That's what I wondered.
I'm wondering
That's a
now
good
if that
point.
needs to
Yeah.
switch a little bit.
Yeah.
Because also measuring kindergarten readiness, I think, is a bit more challenging. How do we know what that is? And where each of those kids are entering kindergarten is a bit more difficult. But I think the direction we're headed, it's more of a preservation and increasing of childcare slots, retaining employees, something along those lines. I'm not sure kindergarten readiness is where we're headed.
Right. And who's going to public schools, who's going
Right.
other directions.
Well, and we could also, as we look at our economic development goals, the early childhood and the care ties directly into economic development and keeping people in the workforce with
Sure
with the goal
does.
of increasing their wages. It's one of those that we could look at it through several different lenses.
I wasn't around last time we made one of these plans, but depending on how aspirational you want to be, you could say just like universal pre-K in Buncombe County.
No
That's
pressure.
that's
That's
how you
aspirational.
get. Yeah, that's how you get those economic development goals met.
Exactly.
Though. That's
Yeah. Do we have enough childcare
Universal
for
pre-K,
everyone
or
who
at
needs
least
it?
don't lose what we already have, like, or
somewhere in between. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I agree with that. I'm not married to that language. I didn't propose it, so I don't really care how we do it. That's a goal of, a secondary goal of whatever we're putting up there, right? And I think that's maybe that's kind of the difficult part, and we chatted about that a lot on the committee.
Yeah.
What numerical data are we looking for this? And even if we're not getting the numbers we want within a 1 to 2 year period, this is something that's gonna take a good amount of time to really see the impact of. So I guess level setting in that space and figuring out where we wanna be. If we're looking at, for example, 3rd grade, that's 4-year stretch between
Right.
those two goals.
Any other thoughts on increased kindergarten readiness? What about increased 3rd grade literacy rates? That one was marked for modifications. And again, these are current goals. What do we need to consider when we move it forward?
I think I might have like spoken up for that 5 years ago when we were doing this. And I think, in a way, like that specific goal, like we all hear this like in like the education space, that this is sort of this key, threshold item that if kids don't have a really, good level of literacy achievement by 3rd grade, then it's really, really hard to catch up after that, right?
Sure is,
So I think
yeah.
that's why that's there. It's not that it's it's sort of a proxy for sort of the achievement gap or achievement,
That's a big
issues in the
one.
schools, because if we're not hitting this, I think we kind of know, like, we're sort of set up longer term to have persistent challenges. But in terms of the county's specific role, obviously, like, we're not the schools, like, so we're not in charge of a bunch of specific programs that like necessarily like directly affect that metric. So it might be kind of like with the kindergarten item, as Commissioner Edwards was suggesting, like perhaps changing our language to something that's more what we actually kind of control the levers on might be better, although, I mean, I appreciated the update we had from like, the pilot program we're doing around like the kind of innovative tutoring stuff. So, I mean, if we're gonna get a further update on that, if that comes back and if it's positive, then, I mean, that is sort of something that is kind of targeted towards these types of specific issues. So maybe I'm talking myself back into keeping it.
Well, and to dig into, as I look at our goals and what we can accomplish, I'm looking at it, I think, through a lens of when we set our budget and we're funding specific things within the county budget, we're funding our schools beyond just kindergarten through third grade and getting kids ready for third grade. So do we need to look more holistically at the K-12 system and how our dollars are used, knowing we can't direct them specifically how to use the dollars, but maybe just broader? Are we looking at, recruiting and retaining highly qualified teachers because we're increasing the salary supplement? What makes the most sense to what we're funding as to what we could look at measuring? Because it does, I mean, we all know that third grade literacy is the statistic that we all know is important, but our $113 million goes to support way more than just K through 3 in our school systems.
And to that point, whoever made, in one of the comments on this one, it was speaking to those broader goals.
Yeah.
And it mentioned, right, the strong value of the school-based health centers, helping to meet overall needs of students because of hearing regularly about mental health needs in the schools. So I think that's a good point to think about, potentially look at that in a broader way. But there were, I don't know where I saw this, but in some of the notes you sent around this, I think you did say, whatever we're deciding, right, we want it to be measurable.
Right.
So whatever
Yes.
those goals are, we need to be able to measure them.
And hopefully attainable,
Yes,
right? So what can we truly impact, measure, and reach our goal? Yeah. All right, that's good information. What about improve college and career readiness?
Before we pick that one, can I ask a question about that? Because one of the things we've seen come up, especially in the education space, is a million different reasons that our metrics are valid or not valid any given year. And that's coming from our schools, that's coming from our colleges, that's coming from how people are doing in certain classes and whether they're even signing up. And there's so many pieces to that I don't know where to fall on what does accountability look like when we have no control over the data collection in the first place? Because we can't make any one of those entities, be it our child care centers, our elementary schools, or AB Tech, keep track of data per what we decide. I don't think any of us are statisticians enough to want to do that anyway, but it just makes education a really abstract, hard one to quantify.
It does. My hope is that the way that we've proposed structuring the 2030 plan is that we will set some very, very specific goals for each of these focus areas, and we'll make sure that those goals are measurable. And so at that point in time, we determine what measurement are we going to use, and we try to create more consistency. Not saying, I mean, the 2025 plan has been wonderful, and I think we've done a great job moving it forward, but now it's time to make some improvements. And I would hope that that's one improvement. It's a good question. So improve college and career readiness. Any thoughts on this one? What do we need to consider modifying or thinking about?
Our economic development folks aligning with our local colleges' goals as far as what sectors we see booming over the next 5 years?
Yeah, that's important.
I think we can take that as another step too, is we've got the community college level, but then partnering with our CTE programs too, to make sure that students are feeding into those that then feed up to the community college, into those jobs that are being created here.
One thing I'd love to see is just more students both students interested and the community colleges interested in the building trades.
Yeah.
We're growing that pipeline. I'm trying to think of the way to describe it, but growing the pipeline of building trades.
That are seeing a mass exodus of
Yeah.
employees too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of career opportunity.
Mhm.
Are you talking about HVAC and plumbers again, Bart?
Yeah.
We still
You
need-
know,
we still need electric.
what I
I'm
would
just
like
waiting
to
for
see
time to
is,
go back.
we talk about the high, graduation rate we have as far as diploma in our high schools. But how do we measure how many of those who graduate are ready to go to college and or the workforce? Because just because they get the diploma, the high school diploma, that doesn't mean they're ready, you know, the workforce or college.
That's a good point.
Any other thoughts? Reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
So I would speak up for consideration of maybe changing the headline on this. I mean, I think I think we've done this is an area we've done a lot. Like, we've really been a leader in the state, I think, as a local government entity in this space. So I'm very happy with like a lot of the substance of what we're doing. When I think about that, we're gonna do a new plan, and what are we gonna kind of brand this work as? You know, this is sort of framing this in a sort of a negative, right? Like, we're reducing something. So I mean, it's clear and it's accurate, so I like that about it. But I would favor something kind of more positive and active. Like, you know, there's this whole energy transition happening in our country and in our world. And so, and what we're wanting to do is to accelerate that important movement in society. So, like, accelerating the transition to clean and renewable energy or something like that, I think would be more active, kind of inviting, you know, because we have our role as local government, but we're also trying to do this in partnership with the community. And I think that kind of invites in this kind of participation of, hey, we're trying to undertake one of these biggest changes in society we've ever undertaken. So anyway, for all those reasons, I would support some updated language on it.
That's great, that's helpful. Anyone else?
And you know, we talk about, and we do a good job with the greenhouse gases and what we've done to reduce them and all. But let's not forget that a lot of our constituents are country boys like me, and they want to understand or see, you know, how much we're accomplishing that. How do we show it to them? You know, when they ask me, you know, a good example is solar in the schools. How much has that reduced our utility bills? But how do we measure all this stuff? I think that's critical, because the taxpayers who are funding all this, they're the ones asking the questions, and they want to know whenever we pass these, and we're doing the right thing. But let's make sure that we bring everybody along with us in what we're doing, and we got to show them. And we can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We've got a good story to tell, but we've got to make sure we tell it. Right?
Yeah,
And
that's
then
it.
measure it and
Yeah.
share the information.
Yeah.
I think it was 3 years ago, we were spending $5 million roughly a year on our power bills.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where we are today, I don't know.
Yeah.
Great, good point. Next one is eliminate deaths as a result of substance abuse. There are some good comments on this one, I believe. What do we need to consider for modification?
Seems aspirational.
what were some of the comments that have already come up?
I recall, and this is not verbatim, but something around the elimination piece. Like, again, thinking about what is realistic.
I appreciate that comment. Wordsmithing is not my top concern, but I do think, I agree with whoever wrote that, it was not me, that it is incredibly aspirational, but what can we do that is aspirational but still achievable?
We kind of did something similar, not just we, but like, because we had this, there was also this like 10-year plan to end chronic homelessness, right? And I think when we've gone through this updates on that, some of that language was also modified, right? To just kind of be like, look, like, because sometimes I think when we do make goals that are sort of so pure that people are like, well, that's never going to happen, so why even try, But if we point out, like, we can really dramatically change this, but not say things that cannot perhaps be literally true, So I don't know what that better language is, but I'm also open to something.
Because then folks will look back and say, well, you didn't do anything. Well, we did. We didn't eliminate it. We did all these other things, but because it wasn't eliminated.
Right.
Yeah. I agree. I don't know what it looks like today, but.
Okay, I've just made a note, you can't read my chicken scratch, but what is aspirational and achievable? So I've been told I have 10 minutes.
Oh, that's right.
I'd love to sit and talk about this forever, but I'm sure y'all are ready to go as well. So we've got reduced jail population and enhanced public safety, increased median household income, and increased total employment. I'll start with jail population, reduced jail population. Anything we need to consider here?
I didn't add the asterisk, but my first reaction is that sentence is doing a lot. Enhancing public safety is different than an entirely different thing.
Yeah. You're saying the reduced jail population and enhanced public safety,
It's like
yes.
too much in one sentence is my point.
Mhm.
For your context, in the current strategic plan, it's the way the language is framed is you reduce jail population and enhance public safety. Yeah. The way the current plan was adopted, the way it's worded is, if you reduce the jail population, you only enhance.
You will? You do?
Yeah, you increase public safety through the reduction of jail population, is the way
That wasn't the intent. The intent was that as we reduce the jail population, we cannot be detrimental to public safety. We need to make sure that they're both being effective.
Yeah, so it's about the relationship between jail population and
Okay.
public safety.
I mean, I think in these kind of we're going to say those words, we should always say safely reduce the jail population, right? So that people know it's not something
Yeah.
arbitrary, thing that's being done without consideration of the potential that it could be done in a way that would, harm public safety. So,
Because I think that's the community perception around all of this right now, is that there's a lot of folks that should be in the detention center that are not because of this, and I think more clarity around specifically what this means.
Yeah.
And it is going to be key moving forward, to really clarify to the community what that goal is, and hopefully start to reduce that perception of what they think the goal is.
Great. Any other thoughts on that one? What about increased median household income to NC benchmark?
Can you say that one more time?
Increase median household income to North Carolina benchmark.
One of the things with that one is looking at increasing wages, because if you're just tracking the median income, the fact that people are moving here that are wealthier is going to increase that median income, and that's through nothing that we're doing, right? So I think we should have a discussion about what's our actual goals, what are we wanting, and then so that we can track that.
I'm all for that. Just sort of substituting a focus on wages as opposed to income. I totally support that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the other thing will just, I mean, it'll happen, right? Like, we know this is an attractive place for people of means to move to, but like, that's gonna happen either way, right? So the jobs part is not gonna happen automatically.
Okay, anything else?
I'll just take a moment to like promote, so there's, I submitted the part about like implementing strategies to support workers in the community.
Okay.
And so I just kind of want to just, I guess, say a few words to promote that. You know, a lot of our economic development policy stuff is very focused on like how we recruit businesses here and like that businesses that will pay good wages so to achieve these kinds of goals. And I think those are all great, but I think that, you know, just kind of having a more kind of like conscious focus on like what can we do to support workers in the community should be part of our economic development approach as well. You know, it was a modest initiative, but like the parking for downtown workers was like one of the most, I think, appreciated things we've done in the last couple of years. And a lot of the workers who, I mean, in addition to like getting a cheaper place to park, like we're just like, I think so appreciated, like no one has ever reached out to us and been like, we want to hear like what you think as workers. So I just think about, you know, what other things we can do that are sort of specifically to support, you know, the workers in our community, in addition to just sort of thinking like by recruiting good businesses that we will indirectly kind of, you know, be of course benefiting workers too. So
I guess to follow up on that, I agree. I think that was the most warmly received kind of initiative that I've seen from working people, especially folks downtown, young professionals trying to get their start here. Maybe some mechanism of at least twice a year we're checking in and getting that information, because it's such a dynamic area where people are struggling that I'd love to hear kind of real time what people are going through. Because a lot of what they say, we can at least intervene and say, we have this service, we can connect you with that, as opposed to completely recalibrating, or let's put funding into something that's working. If the parking downtown initiative is something that even more people needed, we blew it out of the park, let's continue doing the things that work. But I don't know that we have a natural mechanism for identifying that and then just allocating money that we might have.
Yeah, and how do we get the businesses in the communities, especially the major businesses, to chip in, to be partners with us in this? Because they have as much in this or more than we do. You know, you can't do it all on our dime, the taxpayers' dime. Let's get the people involved who are really gonna benefit from this too. And that's the businesses. Because all of them are complaining and been struggling about getting qualified people who are competent to do the job and all. But hey, let's step up and put some skin in the game too.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. It's an interesting one, and I know a lot of work went into the project that Tim worked on, but it's also pretty simple, right? It was just finding out what was needed in the community and making it happen.
Yeah.
It wasn't a big lofty goal, and it's panned out well, so more of that would be pretty cool. And then you all marked increased total employment in regions targeted industries needing modification. And if I remember, I think a comment was just around what is the targeted industries? You know, maybe how do we need to adjust that?
You know, potentially, yeah, I'm reading here just around those targeted industries and then around supporting small business infrastructure as well. Should that be taken into consideration there with that goal?
I mean, on the affordable housing stuff, obviously, you know, it's been a really high priority for the commission. We have developed kind of separate from our previous strategic plan, we developed some specific goals around affordable housing. Some of them kind of coincidentally kind of run through 2030. So, I mean, in some ways we might just, that might be the easy part, we're just going to take them and sort of drop them into the 2030 plan, right? Because we do have some really particular specific goals that we're working on in that regard. So maybe just sort of reference affordable housing goals to
Okay.
put into the plan, which we are achieving.
Okay. Any other thoughts on anything else that's kind of lingering in the back of your mind as again, I'll be taking this forward to departments and their subject matter experts and saying, help us identify, what should we name this focus area? What does an objective look like? What are some specific goals that came out of all of this work with you all? What are you thinking? Did I miss it?
Well, that's right. We had something up there. I remember
Was it
seeing-
marked for modified?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, that's my human error.
I remember it was up there.
Okay.
Could you reread that one?
Increase access to public transportation, including public transit and paratransit services.
Before we dig in, just on this last one and rereading the comment of the commissioner who wrote this, I think it is important to note that small business infrastructure piece on this, and specifically thinking too, over the past few years, some of the economic development incentives that we've provided to locally owned small businesses for their own expansion, like East Fork, Poppy Popcorn.
Right.
Is there an opportunity for us to look a little bit deeper into more economic development support around those kind of small businesses and their expansion? As I read that comment, that comes to mind to not lose as part of this.
Great, thank you.
I think we can have a both and. We can look at those target industries that are bigger, that are coming in, but also lifting up and supporting our own local business owners.
Okay.
We can talk about transportation now.
So
Sorry.
increase access to public
Will help them
transportation.
grow and become big business.
In the paratransit. So is this one of those where, there's been some talk about, you know, how there are these sort of innovative new transit models beyond just sort of like the traditional fixed route trains, like this micro transit and things like that. I didn't really know what that meant until I started reading about it a couple weekends ago. It's very small buses. So I think, is that part of what the language modification is about, is sort of like, yeah, I mean, we might want to just increase some public transit routes, but also just sort of looking at sort of different models for, including innovative new models that provide access and mobility for the community.
Yeah.
Because this is definitely an area where there's a lot, you know, there's a lot of technology changes happening. I mean, there's like autonomous vehicles. There's a lot happening now, and there's a lot that's going to happen over the next 5 years.
Right.
So, kind of tracking that and engaging where it makes sense.
We got these big monsters riding around on the small streets.
Yes.
I didn't write this one, but I'd be curious to have some clarity on where we focus our energy on public transit. Are there areas specifically that are not being served, that there's high demand, but we just aren't getting it quite right yet? So that kind of tracks to the technology part, but I think some direct streamlining with the city to find out, rather than this abstract, we just need to throw money at something. Like, what is going to be the highest impact for whatever part of town that's actually going to use whatever public transit we put in place?
Great thoughts.
Yeah, maybe it's like streamline and coordinate or something like that. So like we talked about doing a transit study with the city. Ultimately decided not to do it because I don't think we got exactly on the same page about what the goals were for the study. But I think our goals were still the same, which is like we'd like to collaborate and coordinate where we can and do better at that, kind of think beyond the kind of silos that we're in terms of their role, our role, stuff like that. So even if we don't necessarily do a formal plan together.
You know, if they want to come up with a tax.
anything else need some conversation? I think I've got a couple more minutes. I've snuck away. I just don't want to waste this time that we've got together, right? If there's something else that's really in the back of your mind, let's
One more
talk through it.
comment on the public transportation, and this is just, I don't know the answer, but just, it'd be good to have clarity around this when we're talking about, because this is pretty general, and what is gonna be the most impactful? Is it, working on certain routes within the city already, or is it helping, is there a need, because so many workers are now living outside Buncombe County? Are there things that we should be looking at to help those folks be able to commute via public transportation?
So what is most impactful?
Mhm.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore, I think you were.
No, mine wasn't on anything specific. I just
Okay.
was hoping to hear follow-up on, so it's going to our subject matter experts. Are we gonna come back and kind of chat about what they put forward to us? Because I'd be really curious to see what our options are.
Yeah, that's the thought is over the month of May, we will be pulling together groups of people throughout the county, asking them to come up with some draft objectives. Remember, the structure will have the focus area, objectives, and goals. What are some draft objectives? Maybe starting to think through some draft goals, and then we bring them back to you. And we'll talk through those. So what is this? Is this what you were thinking? Is it consistent with, what you want to see for the 2030 plan and making modifications? So it's, we kind of build based on your feedback and come back to you, make modifications, and keep moving it forward in that manner.
Maybe just one last thing I'll plug here on the climate energy stuff. Just as sort of like something like maybe a greater focus for the next 5 years we've had is like also on the transportation space, right? So, like we're in an era now where like in terms of electric vehicles, probably, less than 5% of vehicles sold in our country are electric vehicles. Within 10 years from now, it might be like 80 or 90%, right? So it's this huge transformation that's going to happen that does require a lot of infrastructure for it to actually work well. We're in a part of the world where we're not going to have like, we got a solar farm on our landfill, yay. But we're not going to be able to build giant solar farms all over the place because we're in this urban and mountain topography. So, but we can, but most people do need a vehicle, right? So like this is a place where we can really make a difference. So I think kind of just like infrastructure around like clean, like the transportation piece of the clean energy transition is something we haven't spent a ton of time talking about as an organization compared to some of the other opportunities. But I think it is a huge opportunity for us to, I think, kind of make a positive difference in supporting and enabling that part of it over the next 5 years. So would elevate that.
Right. Yeah, a lot.
I mean, right now, I think there's like one, other than Tesla, like there's like one high-speed charging station in Asheville, right? And it's so, just as an example, where we need more.
Any other thoughts? Do y'all feel pretty good about this direction that we're moving in?
It's a good conversation.
Yeah, it's fun. Well,
Good luck to our
thank
staff.
Yeah, yeah, that fun starts now.
Yes. I think I'm handing it back over to Raphael to close this out, but thank you so much for your participation and time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good job.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close out. Thank you, Heather, for facilitating this conversation. Thank you to all of you for your engagement, your energy. This was really fun to listen. One of my favorite parts of these activities is doing this part where we kind of bucket things.
Yeah.
I love to see kind of where people go with it and the way you all think. So that's always a lot of fun for me. So just kind of a reminder of the timeline. So we're in April. We'll take this, and as Heather said, we're going to go out to 2 different types of groups. Group number 1 is going to be your subject matter experts. We're going to give them this stuff and say, hey, what can we do with this? Right? Start developing those draft objectives and those draft goals. At the same time, and I'll show you on the next slide, we'll be going out to the community and say, hey, give us some input. Help us understand what you are all looking for. And then we'll come back to you all in June with that information. You'll give us feedback, go back out, we'll build on it, come back to you all on August 6th with a draft plan, kind of a rough draft plan, get some more feedback, come back to you all with what we think is a pretty good, solid draft on August 22nd, get feedback, go out back to the community for their feedback. We heard you in May. Did we hear you correctly? What do you think? And then we'll go back to you all in October, get kind of that final feedback loops from you all, and then we'll start the approval process on November 5th. At the same time this is also going on, our departments will start creating their business plans as well, and everything will be adopted on November 19th. So we've been working with CAPE to develop a really robust engagement strategy, input and engagement strategy. And one of the things that underpins the strategy is we don't want people to come to us, we want to go to people. So this is a list of all the engagement events we're planning going to. And across the board, it is us going to the community to where they are and asking for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of their meeting, of their event to talk to employees. We're going to make sure we'll have interpreters and translators to some of these events and hit as much of the community as possible. It's in your thing. If we're missing anything here, let us know. We want to be as inclusive as we can in our engagement. And that's what we got for you all. We got 15 minutes left. Happy to take any questions. If not, I think some of y'all got an affordable housing committee coming up pretty soon. So got a little bit of break. Avril, anything to close us out?
Just to thank you again for your time, commissioners. This, on both sides of the conversation this morning. Yes, on the budget, thank you. We'll look forward to hearing your feedback and guidance during the next couple of weeks. And then a reminder that on May 6th, we'll be coming forward with our education partners and our fire districts. There are 3 that are asking for a tax increase. And then on this conversation, this is our big kickoff. We thank you. The last time we did this, 2019, we had our futurists to come and really help us with those.
Yeah, I remember.
But we believe that we have the talent in-house to really do this for the next level for 2030. Hence, you see your staff leading this conversation. We want to really embed this in what we do. So having our staff take the lead and really focusing on what the community says. Last time we had 13 community meetings. I think you saw the list. We're same conversation, same robust engagement from our community and from our staff to really build up what are we going to look like 5 years from now. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your input. To Terry's point, this was good conversation. We will see you again in another month to have even more conversation about this. So thank you. And again, have a great afternoon.
Great job. Appreciate everyone.